Well, hello. Are you guys enjoying this shuttle? The splash screen is not operable right now, so I just, enjoy this shuttle. Are you enjoying it? Look at how fast it's going. It's going quite fast. Yeah, that's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Well, that's pretty neat. What's going on, everybody? Part 16, we're going to make some frame rails today, but I still have to finish setting up the camera. Sorry, I was in meetings all morning. It's weird. Why was weird saying that? Anyway, this guy spaces. This is the one doing all the spacing. All right, so how's everybody doing? Everybody doing well? I'm basically just going to go right out to the shop, and we can kind of warm up, wait for everybody to kind of fill in here. Well, I'm setting up the second camera, because now we have 3 cameras, which is good. And when I fix the CX405, we'll have 4. 4 cameras, 4 tripods. 0 cameras, 0 tripods. Anyway, so I'm going to head out to the shop. Them rails was framed, I tell you. Cryptech, 67-month resub. Thanks, man. Mousewolf sick in bed with stress. Watch me build a wire harness for the new camera. It'll be great. It'll be great. Go out to the shop. Look at it. It's all shoppy. I have one of them ready to go. The Vivitech wire harness is ready to go. We got to make the wire harness for the new camera, the ZVF1. It's light, handy, adjustable, good for riders and lefties. Word on shutter speed. Titanium bursted 3 to 3,000 shutter. With a new replay and other Zorg invention, it's even easier. Shoot the shot and replay sends all the following shots to the same location. Bradley A, 57-month resub. I'm sitting near the greatest tripod of all time. Nice. Nice. Too bad it's not being used, but, that's good. They're welding OLM2 to the trench walls. So you're trying to tell me that work is continuing on the OLM? Oh, if they're welding it, well, that pretty much seals the deal on any... Pretty much seals the deal on any, drummer, I knocked over the Eclipse camera and broke it. I broke the HDMI port. The HDMI port needs to be resoldered back on. But, yeah. The Eclipse camera is still operable. It's just the HDMI out port is broken. We need to resolder it back to the camera's motherboard. I don't know how to do that. I know how to solder, but, yeah, we could probably repair it. Probably. So, yeah, in the meantime, I have another camera. It's not as good as the Handycam, dude, but it'll work. You need a microscope, flux, syringe, solder, and patience. Question is if it's worth it. They don't make that camera anymore. No one makes a video camera with 60 times zoom. Nobody. And if you do want that, you're paying good money for it, dude. There's no entry-level video cameras, dude. Like I could probably find one on Amazon, but the ones on Amazon are expensive. The pinch pin on the HDMI port is microscopic. It's probably not going to be easy. It's really not. I mean, worst case scenario, I just find another CX405 motherboard. Those can't be too expensive. Is that port even on the main board? Yes, it is. All right, let me take a look. What does this look like? That's the micro HDMI, and there's the SD card reader. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not soldering that. That's beyond my capability. I have a soldering gun, but if that's HDMI, Yeah, we should just find another motherboard for it. Yeah. Clearly you can find them. Micro HDMI is probably the worst port ever made. How many connections does that damn thing have? Let me take another look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It can't be that easy. It can't be that easy. It's not 5 connections. It's absolutely not 5 connections. And if, yeah, if you touch any one of those together, that's it. It'll short. There are more underneath. Yeah, I was going to say, HDMI has a lot of different things. Buying a motherboard replacement seems to be like the right move. But dude, Sony doesn't make this anymore. They don't make HDR-CX 405s. They don't make them. But that camera is so damn useful, and it's been very loyal to me until I disrespected it. So we're going to need a new one. There's no way I can solder that with the equipment that I have here, dude. That's beyond my, even if I did get the right tools, that's beyond my technical expertise. Yeah, see, the main board is down there. That's the stupidest space to put that, dude. It's the stupidest spot ever. Like, that's just so dumb. But here, let me just pop on eBay here. How much do these Mobos go for? Huh, $80. Yeah, that's not bad at all, dude. Yeah, the board is double-sided. Yeah, you guys are right. It's double-sided. Yeah, it has micro USB on one side and then micro HDMI on the other. That's the HDMI connect. Yeah, I can't do that. uh, I absolutely cannot make that happen. There's a full camera on eBay listed from Japan for 134 bucks. Does eBay have working used cameras? Yeah. Uh, yeah, they go for about 200. This new camera we got though should be really nice. I can look into buying another one, guys, but I kind of want to replace it. Just want to replace the one that I have. Because if I buy like we buy a motherboard and the handy cam, and we buy another, we buy 2 of them, I'll have a spare. You know. But yeah, I did end up spending a good amount of money on the new camera. This EVF1 is a good close-up camera. It's a portrait camera, so like it's designed for vlogging, so it's designed for people close. So it should be able to give us a tight shot. And that Crapatech or Vivitech, excuse me, should be able to give us a wide shot. Yeah. So we'll let's go out to the shop. Let's get going. It's highly scammy when buying technology. Okay. Noted. Stand by for loss of signal from the office as expected. Hello. How we doing?
I just got to pop out the YouTube chat. Give me uno momento. 5x5 clap is good. Yeah, that camera's CX405s are really nice cameras, dude. They're really nice, actually. Yeah. 5x5 on the YouTube chat. All right, I have you guys popped out over there. Put that right there. Put that right there. Okay. Zero audio hum too. Yeah, the base station is plugged into one of my big batteries. So, all right, we got to get the other camera up and running, dudes. I have the harness made for the Vivitech, but if you notice, I have a bunch of wires from Micro Center right here that we need to use to hook up the ZF1. Well, the ZF1. It's light, handy, adjustable. Good for riders and lefties. So yeah, we got to get it into USB power and a bunch of other things. So let's go. Let's go. I'm just picking up some of the mess that we made yesterday. I've been trying to clean the shop at least during break, at least a little bit. All right. So what we're going to do today after I get the camera set up is we're going to start making templates to try and repair that right frame rail as best as we can. As best as we can. Yeah. Asbestos, we can. Yes, that was a slogan in the 1950s. All right, so let's go to the front cam. All right, so that camera's working. Hi everyone, Elon Ma. See if we can get the other ones working. So the Vivitech should be able to turn that on, or the Vivitar, or Vivitard, or whatever. That camera should be. All right, is that crappy camera working? Oh, yeah. Oh, look, it just put all the menu stuff back on there, even though I told it not to. That's great. Yeah, mode, settings. There we go. So this camera sucks, by the way, but I figure we can use it for a wide shot. You know, basically just that. We can use it to exist, to give us another camera angle if needed. But what we got to do is hook up the other camera. So let me flip us back over and let's get provisions for a third camera. So I have another smaller tripod here with the ZV-1F. This is a Sony portrait camera. It's a small boy, but it should work. Should work for our application, at least until we figure out a solution with the CX405. It's also just a nice camera. All right, so I have to make a little bit of a wire harness for this, and then we got to tweak the camera settings and get them right. The camera seems to have too high a contrast. It's really hard to adjust it because it's Chinesium. They have, like, the names for everything are different. Like it didn't translate or something. Cable ties? No. I got Tessa tape. So we got to start making a harness for this. The DIS box, heck, the main harness. GPS is wired into all of that. So that's what we're going to do. This is just fuzzy tape that's used for cable management in automobiles. They use it to, like shops, not shops, auto manufacturers use it to make wire harness. It's just insulative tape. Also flammable. Boeing taught us that in the right conditions. Yes, similar to that. If you guys remember, Starliner had some problems where the wire harness could potentially catch on fire in certain scenarios, even though Boeing subcontracted it out to somebody and the subcontractor said that it wouldn't catch on fire. It still did. Boeing lit it on fire. Actually, really good analysis from them, believe it or not, you know, despite what people might think. Okay. Hope you're well. I was at EVE Online Fan Fest with Space Pope, and you came up. Really? Did you know Space Pope was Space Pope, Nick Paw? Space Pope's awesome. I love that guy. Tessa tape is fantastic. It might be Tisa tape. I don't know. I feel like it'd be better if we had the tripod like that. There we go. Now, part of what makes this such a pain in the butt is the dang old doggone wire harness, right? Like, hangs off of the side of the camera. There's no real provisions to like give it any support. It's feeling very unsupported right now. Oh, I got my Carhartt hat on. I don't want to mess that hat up, so we'll put the Ford hat on. Ford hat's the one that gets the dirtiest. There we go. All right, perfect. Cool. Give me a screwdriver. There we go. That's all tight. With Space Pope and you came up, Space Pope says he's not there. Must be a different galaxy, Space Pope. You met a different Space Pope, Nick Paw. The weird thing is that Space Pope that's not our Space Pope is actually the Space Pope that they still knew who I was, which is strange. Still funny though. All right, so I don't want these wires kind of hanging like this, so I'm gonna change the scene because the tripod clicked the thumbnail. What does the little red button on the bottom of the gun do? Well, a real killer, when they picked up the ZF-1, would know that. So what I'm going to do... You got to turn the battery pack on to get the base station, the battery pack stuff. I am Tessa taping this to the handle. Actually, that might not be a good idea. Maybe we could just give it a loop or something to go through. Yeah, the base station decided to base station int. All right, so this is the bane of my existence. 2 wires at different lengths. All right, let's see. Let's see what I have here. There's a USB extender. We have an inline HDMI adapter. All right, the USB extender, there we go. Oh, look at this shiny wire. Yeah, Zonku, I need something. All right, so the first thing I want to do is straighten out the wire, because the wire could be coiled. You don't want that. There's an inline HDMI adapter. I got micro HDMI, that's 5 feet. And then my USB A to C. This one needs to open. When you get a chance, buy 90 cables. It will tidy things up without putting strain on anything. Okay? I'm kind of strapped on cash right now between the new camera creation and all the wiring and the protection plan that I purchased on the camera. Kind of, you know, ow! They make all sort of 90 degrees. Yeah, 90-degree cables might be nice. Yeah, this, you know, I'm kind of annoyed that I just made this. I just made this with Tessa tape, but this is going to be a longer cable, USB A to C.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Future EJ problem. Theix, 89-month resub. What's up, man? Human person, 62-month resub. Man, it's getting toasty in here. We're getting to the point in the summertime where the sun beats on the garage and it gets a little warm. We'll get into making those frame rails in a second, though, dudes. I can't believe there's no EJ plane building tutorial. Ozzy, it got deleted a long time ago. I used to build a plane in Kerbal every Wednesday. I did it for about 4 years straight. It's called Wings Wednesday. I built every type of plane for whatever you needed. Space planes, supersonic planes, propeller planes, helicopters, everything. We built everything and anything. And then I'm pretty sure those got vodpocalypsed. Twitch decided they wanted to change their... Twitch decided they wanted to change how they, do VODs and stuff. And they're going to do it again and delete a bunch of my highlights. But I have it all on YouTube, so I'm not too worried. And we ended up having to download all of it, so it's somewhere. But, yeah. All right, so we need the USB extender. From here... all the way over to here. There we go. I'll save this USB A to C and put it in my cable collection over here. All right, now we just got to get the HDMI cable running for this, which is this guy. I got a big old, nice, heavy-duty HDMI cable. You should start it up again. It sounds like a great idea. Wings Wednesday. Wings Wednesday was a little difficult, man. Yeah, it's tough cranking out a plane in one stream. Dude, I did everything. We did SR-71s, F-15s. I made all manner of propeller planes, helicopters, seaplanes, flying boats. We did everything, man. Like everything. And I mean everything. We made every different type of plane you can think of. And not only that, we tried to get them to perform in KSP like their real life counterparts. Which was, yeah, that part was the most fun. Made Eurofighters, made all kinds of good stuff, dude. But yeah, those VODs got lost to time. The EJ standards is tough. Yeah. I mean, the big thing about planes is your design requirements. Ozzy, that's the big one. What are you building? What are you trying to make? Where's it going? What's it doing? Like, those are the big questions to ask, like when you want to build a plane. Because how you design the plane really depends on all that. All right, let's just verify that this is all working. Let me plug this cable in to my HDMI here. Verify that the camera is getting power. Select USB connect mode. Okay. There it is. Live streaming? Always operates in movie mode. Don't show this function again. Okay. Start streaming from the connected device. Oh my goodness, no. No. Oh, crap. Hang on. We gotta undo this. We gotta undo this. This is bad. There we go. I gotta undo that HDMI. Well, the HDMI is working. It's outputting correctly. All right, let's try this. Try this again. I do not want USB streaming, which is crazy. Crazy thing is that this is USB connected into a power strip. Like, it's not connected into, it's just connected on USB power. Give me one sec, guys. I'm just setting this up, and then I'll show you the view. HDMI info display off. The lens cap is on. Look at you. Check out the big brain on bread. I mean, you're not wrong, but... All right, let's find that HDMI cable again. And plug it in. What I'm really looking for is not having... I don't want the display options shown. So if I go to N3 and we flip to N3, whoa! Ah! 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 I'm in the abyss. Okay, there we go. That seems to be working. Ah! Still pretty funny. All right. So let's turn this camera around. And let's see how this looks. Ready? Oh! Vlog. Vlog time. Hey, what's up? How's that working? What's up, guys? I'm here in my shop. Just bought this new Coronet here. It's fun to drive up in the Massachusetts hills. But you know what I like more than this new Coronet here is the trunk, which is not there. It shows you that rears are still possible. I have 47 Dodge Coronets in my Dodge Coronet account, and 47 clamps in my clamp account, and 47 wheels in my wheel account. So that seems to be working. Like and subscribe, guys. Like and hit the bell. When did it acquire the Great Red Spot? Oh yeah, that does look like the Great Red Spot. It's Jupiter. If the focus is too good now, here, can it zoom? Ready? Oh. All right. That seems to be, it seems to be working just fine. Now, what I will do is take this over here and move the screen to see, so you guys can inspect the work from yesterday. That's what I was trying to show you with the other camera yesterday. I was trying to show you getting these to all line up. That's what I did with the hammer yesterday. Getting this edge to line up with that edge, getting that edge to line up with the factory edge. See the fitment? See that? Can you zoom it? Can we zoom in on it and see it? Look at that. Look at that fitment, dog. Yeah, Tessa, this is a good one. This is a good camera for looking at this. The other thing that I was trying to figure out is up in there. Here, let's try a dark shot. Oh, look at the exposure adjust. See on the back side? I was making sure that all this fits together. That's why I spent hours yesterday hammering all these edges to get this to jive right with the factory drip rail. See? And then we self-tapered the sucker right into place. Oh, this camera's so nice, dude. It's so much better than yesterday. Oh my goodness, what a freaking difference. What a difference, dude. It's crazy. Uncanny how good it is. That's Sony. Freaking Sony cameras, man. Wait till you get a real camera. Azanko, I'm hesitant to buy like a DSLR and put it in the garage because I'd be too scared to knock it over. I'm not even kidding. Like, that's kind of my big one. What camera model is this? This is a ZV-F1 or ZV-1F. All right, so now I just got to work on some cable management now that this is all up and running. I had to make sure that the wires were working correctly. But this is excellent. This is really good. I don't think I'll be taking this camera off of the tripod. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to use these cable ties here. Just in case, I don't want to use the tape for this. And I will put this, we're going to zip tie it to the handle. Well, not zip tie, we're going to cable tie it to the handle. There we go. Make sure we have equidistant amount of slack. That's way better, dudes. Like this is so nice. Okay, there we go. Now these cables are slacked, so they're not hanging out and causing a ruckus. You know, you don't want to cause a ruckus. I mean, this camera was $300 more than the Vivicam or whatever the frick that piece of junk is over there. But it's Sony. You know, Sony cameras are good. That's what we use. That CX405 imaged the damn eclipse for us, which is pretty good. That's why I want to fix it, because it has a certain sentimental value to it. A certain sentimental value too, you know. Life, as you so simply put it, it comes from a little destruction, disorder, and chaos. Take this glass, peaceful, serene, boring. But if it is destroyed, well, look at all these little things, so busy now. Look at them, each one of them useful. It's like a little ballet. So full of color. Sorry, you're a monster, Zorg. I know. All right, so let's, we're getting this all fixed up here. Yeah. Here we go. Nice. And this being zip tied to the tripod gives me some slack on these wires so they're not hanging. Now I'm going to test the tape over the inline coupler because the last thing we need is that getting stepped on. Now it's just managing the rest of the harness. Oh, the HDMI cable's gotten a little coiled. All right, well, we'll flatten it out as we go. So I'm just gonna do a quick wrap, zap and wrap with the Tessa tape here after, you know, I don't know, every couple of feet. This just keeps the cable together. And then what we can do later is we can put harnessing around this. It's like actually making a wire harness for a car. It's not that far off. This is how you do it first. First, you verify that all your cables are working, right? Once your cables are working, make sure they're uncoiled, right? So there's no twists in the wire, because if you don't uncoil the cables, right, they could kink and bend and stretch. Because you got to remember, at the end of the day, there's metal in these things. All right, we're going to lose signal on that camera first because there's some coils in the HDMI wire. See, this is nice. See how it's not like if I hold it loose, it's not coiling up? That's what we got to get rid of. Each one of these little coils here represents the wire getting twisted, like twisting like that. That's no good. That's especially bad for data wires like HDMI. Something these camera nerds all let you know about, all the camera nerds that I work with. So then, when it comes down to it, right, you can take the cable and you can we're still coiled just a little bit. That part's coiled, this part isn't. You can take it and you can make nice uncoiled coils. There we go. You'll know it's not tangled together if it just loops like this. This is a gremlin prevention method, guys. This method, A, protects your cables, and B, makes sure the gremlins don't come. I really want to fix that CX405, dude. So now this is a USB connector. I'm taping the snot out of this thing, so if I step on it, it doesn't destroy the thing. I mean, probably stepping on it will probably still break it, but we also want to make sure that it doesn't come unplugged, like what was happening with my CX405. I didn't test to tape the cables together. Yeah, I know, this is fun, isn't it? TLDR, every brand has their strengths and weaknesses. Zonku, my big thing is that I need something with a pretty clear picture that's pretty entry level that could zoom a lot. And every time when I went to Micro Center yesterday, I said that to the guy and he was like, I know whenever I get the, that's a really nice salesman way of saying, no, we don't have that. But I'm not going to be a jerk and just say no, right? I'm going to try to find a solution for you. How long is this HDMI cable? It's a 20-foot run. So about 4 meters, a little bit over 4 meters. It's funny, guys, I noticed something. In the States, they, every cable is labeled like, oh, a 3-foot cable, a 6-foot cable, a 9-foot cable, a 12-foot cable, right? Some manufacturers, I was looking at Micro Center yesterday, even were saying like, oh yeah, this is a 20-foot, this is a 10-foot cable. It's 10 feet. It's 10 feet. It's not 10 feet. It's 3 meters. Because where these cables are made, they don't use feet. So, but they still label the packages like, oh yeah, it's Good. All right, that should be good enough. Now, throw the rest of that down there. And then plug the HDMI back in. There we go. Okay. They use hands. Yeah, I know. It's very strange. So it looks like my USB cable has a little bit more slack than the HDMI cable. So we're going to smooth that out. Right, and then I will cable tie the rest of the wire off so it doesn't get tangled up. I know, crazy, right? Really? Oh, yeah. Since you have much of the Fifth Element memorized, where do we get EJ performing the Diva song? That's not gonna be something that's happening, dude. It's just said it's not gonna be happening, proceeds to do it. Oh, on electric guitar. I don't know, man. Still got a couple of coils. This HDMI cable is being a slippery rascal. I don't know. Could you even do that on that? Like, who knows? Okay, there we go. Let's see if the Sony camera remembered our settings. Ready? There's a shot of the trunk pan and my stove. Saw your message. Looks to be back up now and sent the links to you. Thanks, Mutter. Thanks, man. All right. Excellent. I'm going to put my electrical tape and my Tessa tape back in my electrical cabinet. Why is this damn thing all coiled up again? For a third time. I was trying to undo this thing. I hate runs. I hate this. I hate coily cables. Coily cables is, and sorry, I'm only sharing it with you so you can participate in my frigging misery. I only really started noticing coily cables when a cameraman that I work with brought it to my attention, and he's like, dude, coil cables are cringe. And I was like, what? What are you talking about? What the hell's a coil cable? I don't know what that means. And he's like, no, this. If you do this, you won't have runs in your cable, and the wires are just nice and flat. And I'm like, oh, that's mint. I didn't know you could do that. This was a long time ago, by the way. And ever since then, it's just been permanently ruined. All right, here we go. New setup. There it is. Was it Jack? No, Ouroboros, if you really want to know. It was the first stream where we had an actual dedicated cameraman for Intrepid. Guys, I don't know if you remember that. It was a good bit ago. It's probably like 2016, 2015, something like that. Okay, all the cables are nice and tucked away. Everything is wrapped. I have some extra HDMI cables, the extenders, and the adapters. I'll put the extras in my bag of tricks over there. This is trash. We don't need this. That's trash. All right, shall we frame rail? Let's freaking go, dudes. Need to use the over-under technique. Yeah, right. But see how the cables are nice and straight? See the runs? They're perfect. This is how, I don't know if you guys notice, I barely ever trip over wires in the shop. That's why. That's why, because they stay nice and flat and you can walk right over them. It's not a big deal. Now you probably shouldn't step on those, because HDMI cables, just due to the nature of the beast. But all right, I remember that you were playing KSP. Yeah, in before I trip over the wires. Thank you. All right, it's a little muggy up here today. Just gonna throw away more trash. Hellfish, come here, I need to throw you away. I just left a bunch of rags out yesterday. We left kind of in a hurry because of that trip to Micro Center. But I think it came out okay. All right. All right, so the other thing, dudes, is that I did order all the parts. All the parts we talked about that you guys funded yesterday, we have all of them. All of them are coming. Keep lots of water handy. I got a fridge over here, man. Of course I keep water handy. Yep, as I thought. Sun's beating on the garage, which is why it's getting toasty in here. Fresh pants? Wait. Fresh pot? No, fresh pot. Podix? All right. You got an overhead fan? Nah, Fluffy, I don't. The garage is pretty bare bones in terms of accoutrement. Accoutrement? What the heck is that? All right, let's just make sure that all three cameras are working. So, crappy Vivitar, me, CX405, or ZF1, excuse me. All right, excellent. Can we do the fade? Whoop. 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 It is insulated. Yep, yep. You need a big fan for your garage. The big butt fan for the garage? Yes. All right. I didn't sweep up yesterday, so that's what we're doing. I'm gonna sweep up first. How does so much car get on the damn ground? Jeepers creepers. How did all this rust came off of the damn bumper? All right, so we're working back here today. Specifically where we're trying to work. Oh, the Crapatech cam is on. All right. Where we're trying to work is up on the frame rails here. I really wish this tripod would go higher, but it's a little babby tripod. It's a little babby. That should be good. All right, let's see how that camera looks. So you have 5 cameras running. No? I'm not entirely sure where you got 5 from. I have the high cam, gimbal cam, Vivitar, the camera that you see right now, that's 4. And then I have another intermittent webcam that works sometimes.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Najiwala Mechanical Master Class. Thanks, man. I might swap the ZV-1F to, yeah, I don't know. You could send a tripod that you're not using anymore. If you want to send it to the PO box, dude, I won't complain, ARJ. But I think you've given enough, dude. To be 100% honest with you, this is just leftover tripods that I had. So yeah, you guys have a decent view of the frame rails there, but it's not like the best. It could be better. But today we're really gonna try and rebuild this. That tripod does not go any higher. Yeah, I'm gonna swap the tripods, dudes. We'll swap them. I'm gonna put the nice camera on the nice tripod and the crappy camera on the crappy tripod. That's like a desktop tripod. How's the new camera? Great, Bree. Yeah, fantastic, actually. I'll show you in a second when I swap this. I mean, I'm sure we could play with the Vivitar and get that shot right, but yeah, I don't know. And this right here is why I didn't tape the cable to the handle. We cable tied it. Because this bad melon farmer needs to go up here. Need to swap the stands. Yes, guys, Bree did in fact get better dirt. She did. Narrator. She did, in fact, get better dirt. Okay. Cable tied. We're in. Now this guy, the Vivitar. The Vivitar. I'm going to put this camera up on my shelf. We'll put you on your shelf. There we go. Let me just frame that shot. Yeah, how's that look? All right, it's overexposed to hell. Sweet. Good enough. Look at the difference. That shot's overexposed. That camera sucks, dude. I'm pretty sure like I had a Kodak camera that was like 20 bucks when I was younger. That was way better than that thing. All right, but now we got the good camera on the good tripod. And now I can get you guys a shot of what this should look like. Cable tying this right here is probably not the best idea. See if we can get it around the grip, because this tripod can go up and down. Yep, that's broken. All right, cool. We broke the cable tie. We should have more over here. I keep them all in a little cubby box over there. There we go. Make sure we got slack in the cable. Oh, yeah. This is gonna look great. Ready? Oh, look at that shot. What a nice picture. Ah, this camera's way better. Oh, man. That's perfect. So now you can see just how Titanic this thing actually is. I know you're talking to us in the Twitch chat, but sometimes I think about how in reality you're just a dude in your garage talking to yourself. A dude in the garage talking to myself, Dean, with the garage door open, so my neighbors can definitely hear me. Oxidation with representation. Yeah. Yeah, so that's where we're at right now. Gotta fix that. How does that picture look in here on the office? Oh yeah, it's pretty good, man. So we're gonna try to rebuild that today. We gotta start taking measurements. So let's go for it. Here, how good can this camera zoom? Come on, focus it up. Oh, very nice. Sony, thank you. Thanks for coming out. All right, so here we go. We got to rebuild this. This frame rail should go out to basically where my hand is. So we got to rebuild a lot of the structure down here. And we also got to rebuild the frame rail flange plates. There should be a piece of metal that goes out this way, right here. And that's where the bumper bracket attaches, right? I don't know if you guys can see it up close. Well, actually, I do know if you guys can see it up close. Hell yeah. So I don't know if you can see right here, there's a little curve, right? That curve is where this is what I was trying to show you yesterday, because the freaking camera sucked. So we have enough, this looks not like a lot, but we have enough to basically figure out where this thing goes. So if you see the curve on the new cross member, that goes, or should go, right there. See those curves? Those curves should line up. This is an adjustable slot for the bumper bracket to make sure that the bumper gets centered. There's a left to right adjustment here. So basically what we need is to get that to line up. And then from there, we can use that to figure out where the slot would be for the frame rail flange that should be right here. That's the goal. The goal is to make new flanges. Petition to have the new Sony as your streaming camera in the office. That way you could be 4K. Dean, the camera in the office is 4K for the stream, for my stream. It's just Flame Trench. I don't know what's going on with their software, or if like NSF can't tune a chroma, or if my green screen lighting is bad. Could be any one of those. That way you can be 4K at the same time as NSF live stream back. Yeah. I don't know, dude. I don't know what the hell that's about, but it's fine on my computer. It's fine when we stream. If you want to get more of the shot in focus, you could increase the FX. Might have to change the ISO to compensate. I think lighting this is what's going to fix it, is what's going to really get you guys a good look. How's that? Yeah, we need multi-directional lighting. Let's try a 3/4 light. Try something like that. It's still casting a lot of shadows. We need to light it from the bottom. Yeah, we would need different types of lighting to get this shot really dialed in, but that'll work. All right, so yeah, the leaf spring flange looks okay, or the leaf spring triangulation for the back of the bracket looks okay. And to be honest with you, the rest of this rail really looks all right. It really doesn't look too bad. This is all good. There's just a little bit of nicks right there where I didn't get out a spot weld correctly. But if I went in here and we cleaned this up, it would look real nice. This is all good metal, believe it or not. The right frame rail is fine. This is okay. It's just the end. So what we got to do is we got to start taking measurements. Let's think about this. So got to start making measurements, and we got to start drawing this out, and then we'll use CAD to figure it out. Now, the first thing, we have the frame rail flange there. We know that this flange goes, hold up, you guys can't actually see that here. I'm going to make you guys come down with me a little bit right here. There we go. So right here, there's still a little bit of the flange on the inside of the rail. This is the inside of the car. That's the wheel would be over here behind the wheelhouse, right? We know that there's a flange right here, and we know that there's a flange that goes this way. The flange that goes this way is enough to get the bumper slot piece, right? And then we know from other YouTubers that we've seen do the same thing, namely Chris Birdsong, so the Junker Up YouTube channel, we know that this thing that flange basically goes about a ½ inch, give or take, past this slot. So that gets us the length of the flange that way. If we line up the slots, once again, the whole point to rebuilding this structure is so I can get the rear frame, the rear cross member back on. I want to put the rear cross member back on, but we got to give it something to hold to. Got to give it something to attach. There we go. That's not going to get us exactly what we're looking for, but it's close. We know the frame rails aren't level. The left frame rail is not level. So perhaps the first thing we should do is level these and brace them. We can do that now because we have, I took the exhaust out, so we have the metal that we can use to brace this. So I'm going to back you guys off here just a smidge, right? And now we got to level this. So I'm fairly confident that the right frame rail is level. The right frame rail has enough structure in it that it's probably in the right spot. I mean, we can absolutely double check, and now would probably be the time to be precise. But if we measure the exact bottom of the frame rail here, let me take a look. It's about 25 1/16 of an inch. Now, let me do that on this side. This one is at 24 7/8. So these are within a 1/4 inch of each other. It's actually not bad. This is all pretty damn true. It's pretty good. I do believe cutting out all that rust actually somehow leveled these things. That and our bracer bar that we put in. I actually just welded the bracer bar to 2 holes that are already in each frame rail, and then I used the jack to make sure that that bracer bar was level. This is the only thing that's holding structure on the back of this thing. This is basically acting like our rear cross member for now. Now, in terms of relationship off the back of the car, I'm still not 100% sure. Like, are we... The car is level. I know the car is level. We made sure of that. And I don't... These frame rails really haven't moved. They moved down a little bit. This one was at 25 1/4. And now it's at 25 1/16, give or take. They were at 25 1/4 when the trunk was in. So it did sag probably a little bit. Yeah, we should probably jack these things back up to, both of them, up to 25 1/4 and then put the brace in. So I'm going to get the floor jack in a 2x4, and, well, that's exactly what we're going to do. What we got to do first, though, is we got to go back and we got to figure out where the clean metal is. This one won't be too hard. There's clean metal basically right here. I do need to, there is undercoating on it, so I do need to get at that with the wire wheel and stuff, and we got to slap this all off here. What is that, Hilmus? All right. So cleaning off the frame rails, finding good metal, and straightening them is probably what we need to do first. And by probably, that is what we need to do first. Potentially useful is what that is. Check it out. Okay. Potentially useful. I am all about potentially useful. What do we got? Trunk, pan, crossmember, and extension installation. Getting squared away. It's a 70 Super B. Same thing. It would be the same. Cutting on the 70 Super B never seems to stop. I thought to myself, in removing all the rotted trunk pan, I discovered the trunk extensions were either completely gone themselves or wholly disconnected from the lower quarters as they too rotted away. That is the exact problem we've had. Yep. That's exactly what's, yep. Frame rails appear to be in decent enough condition, but the rear cross member tying the rails together, as well the entirety of the rear tail panel, was equally gone. Yep. Like, you can't weld anything to it, like paper thin gone. So alas, it had to go. It reminded me where those loose hanging remnants of quarter panels exposed to frame rail. Yep. That looks awfully familiar. That is exactly what we need to do right there. Oh. Do the bumper brackets go on first? Also, that guy has a brace that's exactly where mine is. That's really weird. That brace is in the same exact spot as ours. That's cool. Yeah, this is important to learn. Actually, his frame rails look pretty good. Mine's rusted. See, but look, his is rusting in the same spot that ours is. I mean, mine's way more gone right there on that frame rail flange. What is it with the left frame rail on these cars going? Because this one looks fine. That one's all pitted up. Look. What the hell's going on with that? Above left. When the trunk pan is removed, we can take a better look at our frame rails and assess the damage. Above right. Major standouts were the bumper bracket support reinforcement plates, particularly finding the spot welds on those. Notice the black Sharpie marks indicating where to drill. Oh yeah, we don't need to worry about this. Ours just fell off. Yep. Yeah, we don't we don't need to worry about our bumper reinforcement plates. Those just fell off yesterday. There's a golf ball sized hole in one. Yeah, that's good. Okay. David Chamberlain's of All Customs Restoration laughed when the car first arrived. There's not much in there. Ensuring the B-body's frame rails were both straight and level was first. Hey, that's what we thought. As we documented David's process earlier, next we required that we tie the frame rails together with a new rear cross member. Prior to doing so, we need to see what's left of the bumper brackets that we could reserve. The pitting was bad, but the metal wasn't corroded enough that it couldn't take a weld. With the reinforcement brackets plates removed, we could catch up on the ends of the frame rails, repair the broken flanges, and replace what we could find. That's what we need to make. All right. Why did the browser make the thing go off the page? That's exactly what we need to make, right there. Did this guy have a mouse house though? Maybe. Yep, we need to make those flanges, and then there's a captive nut right there. That captive nut is a bumper bolt. Potentially helpful. Yeah, this is great, dude. We were able to remove the bumper braces above right, the flanges at the end of the frame rail. So above left, making sure the cross member lined up with the rear frame rails, we clamped it on temporarily. We made sure the oval slotted holes in the frame rails line up with the cross member. Here's a close-up of the oval holes. Yep, we're using the oval holes as a datum as well. But what I'm failing to understand here do the bumper brackets go first, or does the cross member go first? Because they said they removed the bumper brackets. Whatever, we'll read on. Well, they got more frame rail flange than we do. There's a captive nut currently streaming on this channel. No, just a nut. Yep. That's what we need to rebuild. Here, let me see if I can line up the camera shot. Let me see if I can make it look exactly like that. That's just a little bit above the frame rails. You're just a little to the right of the frame rail. There we go. All right. Here, ready? Ready? Whoop. That's ours. That's theirs. Oh wait, we gotta go down a little bit more. Yeah. There we go. See? Camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2, camera 1, camera 2. Perfect. All right. You don't want to see what our left frame rail looks like. Look, the left frame rail on this one is totally shot. This one looks in way better condition. I'm wondering, dudes, I'm wondering if why is the left frame rail shot on this one? Why is the left frame rail shot on that one? It's got to be something with the design. But what would make one rot more than the other? They're identical. They're identical. Open diff. An open differential. Wouldn't it? You step on the gas, it squeaks the tires a little bit. One tire spins faster than the other. It shoots more salt back up in there on the left side. And when we were doing burnouts, actually no, when we were doing burnouts, the back right tire was the one that was spinning a lot. Where's the fuel line? Not near this part of the frame rails, Katra. Hey, Jackery, what's up, dude? Well, what's this camera? What happened? I bought another camera. I got a new one. We have 3 cameras now. That's the nice camera. All right, so let's go back over to desktop capture. Set camera. There we go. There's more weight on that side of the car most of the time. Yeah. 2.25 cameras. Yeah, all right, I'll give you 2.25. The end of a nasty frame rail, which probably should have gotten replaced. 12 inches up, really bad. And again, the whole rail was not worth replacing. We needed to fix the ears where the cross member attaches. Oh, nice measurements. Thank you. What are we measuring here? Yep. Left side is exposed to mist from oncoming traffic. Yeah, that's true. See the new ears welded in place lined up with the oval holes. Getting the alignment right is crucial. You'll never see these, but if they're wrong, your bumper won't align correctly. Yeah, you got to slot those and they have to be perfect. That's really, really important. After the ears are fabricated and welded in, we put our rear cross member back on, marking where we should weld and grind off coating for good welding penetration. Above right, here's the cross member in place and ready for welding. Factory bumper reinforcement plate is cleaned up as best we could. Above right, here's another shot of the cleaned up bracket. That's what I was like, we might have to do that with our plates, but our plates have a gigantic hole in them. I hope you signed up for the giveaway. I don't know. Probably not. Here's another shot of the cleaned up bracket. So the plates are on the back. Plates are on the back. They're on the back and they're tacked to the cross member. We have replacement plates coming, so I'm not too concerned about that. We just need to remake the frame rail ears, and there you go. That's what that sucker looks like. Oh, that's super useful. The bumper bracket lines up with the outside flange of the frame rail right there. Cool. Cool. Very nice. All right. That Hillness, this not only was this super helpful. Yes, this was super helpful. Oh, that's genius. Tape lines to mark the frame rail. That's really smart. So you know where to drill. Oh, we're doing that. Yep, chat, we're doing that. That's genius. That's really friggin' smart. I was wondering how we were going to get that done. I was just going to measure everything. But that makes it so much easier. So we're going to need to drill a lot of holes in this damn trunk. And yeah, we got to mark those frame rails. That's pretty smart, dude. All right. Yep, see, he has tape, and then all it is just measuring the length between your plug welds. And then we got to do that. We got to drill holes on the side of the frame rail flange for the trunk extension. We'll plug weld to the trunk extensions. Yep, that's... Oh, Hillness, this is... Dude, thank you. All right, so this is great. What I want to do is go back up here, and then they said there's a thing on leveling... the process of leveling here. Oh, that 70 looks fantastic. Nice. Stuff is actually what they used to teach at auto body repair school. Okay. Ah. Oh. Oh, we already took that measurement. Yeah, this is useful. They use door frame shims to take up the slack so it stays tight. We use shims on both sides. All right, hold on. Yeah, they use threaded rod to make sure to level it. All right, let's read. Trouble was getting a correct set of numbers to compare it to. Thankfully, because the 66 to 70B bodies all shared the same platform, and thereby the identical wheelbase measurement, Dave was able to use his own 68 Coronet as the template. From there, all I had to do was pick up a few materials and a tram gauge. A tram gauge is used for measuring the squareness of a car when it's on a frame rack or set up at the table. It can be used to measure certain points on the car to make sure that it's square. Thankfully, a frame rack or table chassis won't be necessary. All the tools needed are a floor jack and 6 jack stands, 4 to square up the body, 2 to place all the way at the back of the frame rails so you don't have any drooping at the rear when the quarters are off. As for materials, Dave dipped into a local hardware store. He got 5-foot length of 3/4 inch electrical conduit and 1 short diameter piece of scrap tubing that slid over a conduit. 2-foot piece 7/16 threaded rod and thumb screws. All right. So he set that, he used that, he set it to his car. He used his car, his good car as good measurement. Take the floor to rear crossmember height measurement. These cars were built asymmetrically, so find a cutout or hole near the rear crossmember. Point you can find on both sides so you can measure the frame rails individually. Okay, so we got to find our reference points. Cars have holes in the frame rails at the same spot. Use that for a measurement. Yeah, we don't have a good car to necessarily measure off of here, dudes. But I'm sure we can figure it out. All right, let's go back over here. Well, 25 1/4 was what it was before we cut any of the structure out. I'm going to set it back to 25 1/4 on both sides. We'll set both those frame rails, and then I'll weld in floor braces. Or we could just put jack stands in with a shim like what they did. That might actually be an easier thing to do. I do have an extra set of jack stands here because I took out the exhaust. Of course they don't fit. Okay, scratch that idea. Building back the structure is what we're going to do, or putting metal bracing is what we'll do. Yeah. All right. Cool. Good plan. I like this plan. I'm happy to be a part of it. Let's do it. So, fellas, I need to pick your engineering brains for a second here. It was 25 1/4 on the right frame rail, which we know was good the entire time. And we definitely cut all the structure out. These frame rails aren't connected to anything. I'm thinking jacking up the frame rail and then welding some rod underneath it to hold it in place is the right move. It was 25 1/4 on the right frame rail. We know that was right. So if I set them both to 25 1/4, that should be perfect. We knew that the left frame rail was sagging because, once again, I took a ton of measurements and wrote them down before, like what the article said. We took a ton of measurements and we wrote them down. And another thing that we took down is the measurement from the top of the leaf spring perch to the trunk rail. This right here should be 14 1/4, and it's not. Yeah, these need to go up just a little bit. This side is 14 3/8. This side's too high. But then again, we know that frame rail is low. Ooh, we've made a little bit of a conundrum here. Will the jack push through the frame rail? No, frame rails are still solid enough to fix. Yeah, Silent, I will do that. What we should do is find a point of reference from before disassembly and compare. Well, this was 25 1/4. I know that was 25 1/4. I know that was correct. We could also use the valance, the rear valance. We could clamp that thing back into position. Here, let me switch to the Vivitar. We can put this, because this still has what's left of the original rear cross member. It's still there, some of it. If we put this in and we measure where it needs to be, let me move the other camera back a little bit so we don't bonk it. We put this thing back in, Shy, we should be able to get a good relative position. Yeah. Oh, we got to finish drilling out that spot. Oh yeah, we really gotta be sure. We really gotta be sure with this. Nothing will line up if we don't get this right. So I'd say it's better to take your time here. Oh yeah, Don's? Oh boy. It kind of looks like a car when you put that piece back. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. We got to get our measurements, man. See, the problem is, guys, I did take the measurements. We took measurements. We took tons of them. You know, distance from here to here, side to side distances. We added bracing to make sure the quarters don't move around or nothing, right? I even made a bunch of diagrams that you probably can't see because the exposure on that camera sucks, right? I even made a bunch, measuring everything and making sure that everything was good. But who knows if this was ever in the right position? Our measurements are based off of that being bent because it's not in the right position. We know that. We're in a pickle. We're in a little bit of a pickle. Plus, that 25¼ measurement, did we take it after we leveled the car? Interesting. That's level. What about you? Also level. That's level. That is not, but it's mostly because that frame rail flange is boned. I'm wondering when we jacked that up before if we bent something, because that one is kind of, it's kinked in just a little bit. Something changed, so my assessment is that we needed more bracing before taking it apart. That does not help me at all right now, Shai. Cool, cool. Is it level from front to back? It is, Tech. Yes, she is level from front to back. I re-leveled the car halfway through disassembly, which was a big no-no, but I didn't know how to do it, so that was the best way to get it done. These frame rails are pretty damn true. They are. I know they're pretty straight. They are. I have factory measurements in the manual here. I think I do, at least. Let's take a look. Heat and a jack is how I've straightened a rail in the past. It was not perfect, but it did move. Okay. Good to know. Okay. In the factory manual, the center, the leaf springs are 44 inches on center. Distance from front to rear perch should be about 57. It says 56.93. It's using inches and a decimal point, which is Okay. All right, so let's measure. Why not? They have a whole, Mopar Connection has a whole series on Zombie. Okay, cool. Sweet. Excellent. Ow. Let me center that perch. That's on center. It's definitely within a 1/4 inch tolerance, guys. It's pretty damn close. Yeah, that's definite, dude. It's within 1/8 of an inch. Like, that's perfectly center right there. Okay, our leafs are still true. That brace saved us. They are square. They're perfect. They're pretty damn square. I wasn't really worried about that. I'm worried about up and down. That's really where I'm at. Like, where do these live in 3D space? Up and down. I think this one has a little bit of torsion. Actually, bending this so the level reads straight is probably putting it in perfect tolerance. How would we do that? I'm thinking. I gotta think. They are coplanar right now. Everything's coplanar. I think that the left leaf spring is twisted a little bit, and this thing it's twisted just a smidge this way because it's not level. But if I push down on the leaf spring perch, and get it level, then we're good. This is probably from when we jacked up the car. I jacked it up on the leaf spring perch. We probably bent it a little bit. And by probably, that's exactly what happened. Either that or it just bent that way over time because the cross member was gone. There was nothing to hold it together. So if the suspension is pushing on it, it probably bent it up. That's fine. That's easily fixable. Now, the factory manual calls for about 72 inches from the center of the front left leaf spring perch to the center of the rear right leaf spring perch. All right, let's measure that. It should be 71.9, which in inches is like 71 in like 30 seconds or something. Let's get down here. Ugh. The right way to do this would be to measure it with the plumb. Let's do it. Let's do what the factory manual calls for. We can use the ground as our datum and a plumb. I just got to get in there and clean up. There's a lot of dust and dirt down there. And there's also a jack stand left over from where the exhaust was. But if I take this jack stand out, there we go. Good old Mr. Broom in here. All right. Let's get the plumb out. We'll measure plumb from the center of the leaf spring perch, right? And then I'll make a mark. I'll mark the ground with tape or a marker or something. And then we'll do the same over here from that leaf spring perch. If we measure on the outside ear of that leaf spring, and then the inside ear, the inside mount of the leaf spring, that should give me the on-center measurement. It'll just be 2 inches to one side, because measuring from the center of that is a little weird. So, all right. Let's get a camera out here. And we'll start taking our measurements. Who was that resubbing? Wood, 59-month resub. Thank you. All right. New camera's still looking pretty sharp. Let's get a light there. Get a light. Let's get some tape that we can put on the ground. I'll get some painter's tape and my marker. This is what the factory manual calls to do, guys. I don't see why we shouldn't do this. The cord, I got it. Want your square measurement be off with the frame rail missing. Or I've mistaken where the measurement is taken from. The Mopar manual takes it diagonally. 71.9 or 5 from center of the right rear leaf spring perch to the front leaf spring perch on the left frame rail. See what I'm saying? So they have 44 on center. We know that that's right. The leaf springs are true left to right, okay? If we measure the diagonal there, this one, that measurement, where my middle finger is, that should be right. They're measuring perch to perch, dude. So the way to do that, right, is to pick up on the center of the perch, date them down, mark the floor, do it from the right rear perch, mark the floor, and heck, left rear perch and right front perch, mark those. We'll try it, and we'll make an X. We'll triangulate it, see if it's right. I'm pretty sure it's pretty close. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's okay, believe it or not. So that'll get us leaf spring orientation. That'll mean our frame rails are true left to right for the most part, because we measured 44 wide, and it's 44 on center within like maybe 1/8 of an inch. 1/4 inch tolerance on the entire car, which is still bananas to me. Yeah, that should be right. What I'm looking for is if somebody can find like a stock ride height measurement, like from the front leaf spring perch to the ground at stock ride height, what that is. If we can find that measurement, right? So say the right front frame, or the leaf spring perch, right, with a stock ride height with stock shock absorbers, right, is 5 inches off the deck, right? We go to measure where it is with our jack stands, right? And if it's 12, well, obviously there's a 6-inch difference there, or 7-inch difference, right? So from there, we should be able to get a datum on the back, right? And we should be able to see how high that is. We should be able to extrapolate everything from a ride height calculation. Anyway, let's do this. Yeah, I think that'll work. The other thing that we have to figure out is frame rail torsion, right? Frame rail torsion might be an issue, but we should be good with that. So I'm going to go from the center of the bolt. That's the leaf spring mount bolt, right? I'm just going to run this to the center of the leaf spring. We need a little more slack than that. We'll put a piece of tape on the ground here. Just wait for the plumb to get straight. This is just painter's tape. So what I'll do is we'll measure off the top. We'll measure from the direct side of the bolt here. We'll measure plumb, right? And then we'll take the measurement on the leaf spring. We'll take the measurement difference here, and then we'll just transfer the mark. Should be pretty straightforward stuff. Just made a mark with the marker there. Okay, that's right. Okay, now I'm going to get my tape measure and I'll measure the distance here. Because we got to take into account that bolt. Your differences in the diagonal measurements will be your squareness error. Yeah, I got you. So this is the center of the leaf spring. 2 3/8. That should be more or less right. I mean, I don't know if the car is exactly straight to the floor. I'm pretty sure it's just a little bit sideways, but that's okay. Okay. Cool. Well, that's one. Now let's go off the back perch. Let me get my tape. Let me get my tape measure. Let me get the light. Sorry about the shaky cam. Oh no, I pulled the plumb out. Crap. Okay. Now we gotta weave this damn thing back through. Got to make a new knot. You better not mention this to anybody, chat. Wow, you're a talking goat. Now what I did was I spray painted the end of this so the string stayed together. So if you need to rethread it, whoop, I don't know if anybody knows that. That's how I like doing that. Cool. The new knot is working in the plum, in the beach as well. So now that hangs perfectly. Okay. You button hooked me, huh? I didn't do nothing. I didn't do it. Okay. Now measure the plumb mark. I'm on the inside of the leaf spring perch here, and then we'll measure it on center here in a moment. This is all important. We have to get the frame rails level before we add to them. They have to make sure they're right. If we add to them and they're wrong, the part that we made, all that time that we're going to put into that stupid flange, the frame rail ears is what they're called, it's going to be useless because nothing will line up. Okay, my mark's good. Good. Excellent. So now, what I got to do is, from my place of measurement to the center of the leaf spring perch, we got to measure. So we're 2.5, so that means 175. Or no, 1.25. Yeah, 2.5, 1.25. Okay, so 1.25 off of this mark down here, give or take, is where we need to be. There. Okay, now the moment of truth. Truth. The factory manual calls for about 72 inches between each point. So, uh-oh. It's, we're not out by too much, dudes. It's 71 and 9/16. It needs to be 71 and 14/16. We're out by about a ½ inch. Balls. That's not too bad, right? 71.9, right? So the factory says it as a decimal point, which is stupid. Decimal points would be like, I mean, if we're measuring to the 10th of a decimal point of an inch, well, we're 9/10 of the way there. What fraction is that close to? Eighths will work. Get you close enough. If they're both the same or really close, shouldn't it be okay? Kind of. 15/16 is going to get us, yeah. So we're at 9/16. We need 15/16. So we're 5/16 short. 5/16 of an inch. That could be the sag. Could be that sagging that I'm telling you guys about. If these rear leaf springs are hanging down, right, it's going to close this gap up again. Yeah, 5/16. That can't be reduced. If it was 6/16, that could be 3/8. Yeah, we're not that far out. It's actually pretty close. Yeah, like I said, the distance is about that much. But once again, if we level this frame rail to 25 1/4, I'm wondering if we'll retake the measurement, right? We'll jack this up on the frame on this bracer bar, right? And if we bend the frame rail, not bend the frame rails, if we put the frame rails up to 25 1/4, where our original measurement was off the deck, right? I must have double checked. I think after I re-leveled the car, this was still at 25 1/4 off the ground. And that's how I knew it was good. Yeah. I'm thinking if we jack the back of that up, it should put this thing into alignment. I'm pretty sure. I don't see why it wouldn't. Let me get the jack. And let's retake the measurement with this thing jacked up and see what happens. Now let me get my 2x4 that I had here. Right? Put the 2x4 on here, and if we jack the car up more or less in the center point here on my stupid piece of wood and my stupid bracer mark. Ready? That's bowing the frame. Yeah, it's not going to do it. Let me think. All that's doing is pushing the side up. It's just bending this bracket, and it's just twisting the frame rails. Mark where you need to be. Oh. Okay, I've made a mark where I need to be. Smaller cross. Now, let me see if I can get a reading on the end of this frame rail and where it's supposed to live. Okay, gotta let the jack down a little bit. 25 1/4 is where we measured. I'm trying to put it in a spot where I can get a straight measurement with the tape. So we'll put the jack right there. No, back it out. There we go. That's 25 1/4 right there. Now, let's get the plumb. So down there, if you guys look, let me zoom in. I have two marks. There's one cross and there's another cross right next to it. If this lines up, then well, we know that that 25 1/4 was right. I think it's going to be honest. I pushed it in. I pushed it in 1/4, dudes. Yeah, it pushed it in. So does that mean the frame rail needs to go down? It went that way. It went towards it. That's weird. Yeah, that's weird. Please measure the opposite diagonal. It'll show your real error. Okay. Yeah, I got to sweep off the other diagonals, dude. Let me switch you guys to the other camera. Okay. All right. Feel like we need a lesson in trig. Rising the end with a fixed position will increase the opposite and shorten the adjacent. Yeah, sure. Let me get that down off of there. All right, well, let's measure front. Actually, we're already back here and we're already set up for it, so I'll measure the other side. Why did I sit down without the plumb in my hand? Of course I left it on the desk. Of course I left it on the I broke the damn wheel again, chat. Chief, what's up, man? We're doing some Greek stuff in here, dude. You see? See, we're doing some Greek. Some Greco-Roman mathematicus. Lenny! Lenny! Damn it, I broke the wheel again, chat. Nice and clean. Franken beans. Switching cameras. Okay. All right. So I measured off the inside perch before. So the first thing I got to do is find plumb. Just find where I should put the tape. I'm gonna go ahead and guess. I would at least hope it's gonna be somewhere in here. Let's just check. Ready? Stay. I was close. Okay. I gotta put more tape down over here. So I'm not going to measure from the outside and then make the mark. I've realized you don't really need to do that. You could just line up the string with the edge of the frame rail and then center it. I just got to hold it here for a second, make sure it stops penduluming. This is fun. We're having fun. Okay. Okay, that's dead center. That's dead center from the center of the frame rail perch. Rear leaf spring perch. Arrow.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Oh, space. Pete gifted 5 subs. Thanks, man. Thanks, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Skater. Skater Pete. Peter Skeet. Peter Skeet. Thanks for the 5, man. Appreciate you. I enjoy this content almost as much as the Pillar of Autumn or boosters. This is good stuff, man. Math. We gotta learn something new today. It's called math. And without it, none of us would exist. Oh, you think that's funny, huh? What's 9 times 5? Like 40, that's right. 9 times 5 is like something like 40. Class, I'm giving him an A. Five more minutes of this, I'm gonna get mad. It's not my fault this is happening. So I measured off the bolt, but we'll go right directly from the center of the perch. Okay, so you guys know the drill at this point. Gotta make sure we clean off the edge so the tape doesn't move. Actually, this one would probably be better. I don't think I can get at the center of the spring exactly. I'll try. I think, yeah, for this one, doing it and measuring it over is probably a good idea. Okay, got my initial mark for tape. This one doesn't have to be like perfectly precise. The perfectly precise part comes in a second. This is just so I have some space to draw. Okay. So once again, I'm using the leaf spring bolt, and then we got to measure over a certain amount. Okay. There we go. Actually, that's not exactly the front perch. I gotta measure the distance on the bolt. Yeah. How far are we exactly? Two and 3/8, just like the other side. Okay, I got the X mark here. X marks the spot. Okay, so let's I went through all the trouble of setting up this damn camera. I need a director. You still saw it, right? You could see it from over there with that poopy doopy camera, right? Here, let me just move the camera back over to where it was a second ago so I can waste more people's time. All right, so first thing I want to check is if these X marks are 44. Just as I measured before, I know we're within 1/8 of an inch. This is 43 7/8. Yeah, so something's funky. That tells us something. All right, now let's see if we're 79 15/16. Left to right. Or 72 15/16. Okay. Oh, shit. Yep. Yep. Same deal. Yeah, that piece hasn't moved. Same thing, guys. This is, it needs to be 71 15/16. And we are not at that. Diagonal, we are 71 5/16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 71 5/16. Yeah, we're out a little bit. Now let me check. Let me check if it's the same Nickpa. That's what I'm gonna do now. Let me check the other one. Let me go left to right. Two, 4, 6, 8, 9. That's 71 9/16. Huh. Huh. And then what's our width here? Hold on, let me just check it. We need to be 44 and we're 43. .43 7/8. Okay. So we're out a little bit. It's not much, guys, believe it or not. Despite all that rust, despite all this nonsense, it's not bad. In fact, it might just be the weight of all the parts sitting on the frame rails that bring this thing back into alignment. The problem is that we're dealing with here is that we're out different distances. So we have a 4/16 or a 1/4 inch difference left to right. The projection onto the floor won't work unless the points of measurement are the exact same distance off of the floor. Anything else, you're measuring a triangle. I don't really. If this was all a waste of time, Nick Paul, why the fuck did you sit here and watch me do it? I don't understand. Why do you guys always wait until it's done and to say that it's wrong? Why is this a thing? Like, you know, where was I'm going to do this, and does everybody else think this is a good idea, and no one says anything, and then when I do it, everyone goes, no, that's wrong. I don't understand. What are you talking about, dude? We thought you knew. If it's wrong, why'd you let me do it? Damn it! Why? That was a pain in the butt. Why did you? Oh my goodness. I mean, we're projecting onto the floor. It shouldn't be too bad. That should be pretty precise because we use gravity as plumb, right? Like, that's close. These numbers are all pretty damn close. Everything is all, not everything, it's not off by much, guys, to be honest. If anything, this is telling me that frame rail, either this frame rail needs to go down or that frame rail needs to go up. It's one or the other. It's not. If he's right, it's the height difference of the rails. What is the width across the projection marks on the front hangers? I can check. I mean, once again, guys, this isn't rocket science. We have, it's not rocket science. We have a 1/4 inch tolerance here. I think this is good enough to get me some pretty good data because if anything, it's using gravity as your datum. This is what we should have done at the beginning, though. We should have done this in part 2. 43 7/8. 43 7/8, dude. On the fronts, Dean, it's the same. It's the same as the back. Like, exactly the same. Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Huh. Like, dude, it was exact. Like, it's 43 7/8 dead on both of them. So we're square. Huh. Pete converted Prime to a tier 1 sub. Thanks, man. An Angry Wallaby. 29-month resub. Would you just look at that? Metal's going back into the car rather than out of it. I hope you're having much fun. Yeah, it's fun, dude. If the body mounts are good measurement-wise, then using your plumb and marking all these locations via plumb on the ground, that should easily be good enough for what you're doing. Yeah, this is, I mean, Nick, that's why I don't understand why you say, like, this is not going to be exactly right. First of all, it's not laser precision, right? Like, wait a minute. I have a, hold on. Hold on a second, dudes. Hold on a second. Frick all of you. Where is it? Where is it? Aha. 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 Oh. Look what EJ found, a laser guide. Yes. I forgot I had this. I used this for when I hung the drywall in the office. Mint. You guys can't see it. Now, does it have batteries? It does. I don't know how this really helps us, but whatever. Great, now he's chasing a laser pointer. Shut up, man. I mean, all that's going to do is give me a straight edge. This might be useful, though. I'll just put that in the thing. What were the measurements? You know what? Let me draw you guys out a diagram. It's time to diagram, chat. It's time to do the damn diagram. Here's what we're going to do. Okay. Please excuse the crudity of this drawing. I didn't have time to build it to scale or to paint it. So, we have 4 points. Those 4 points pretty much measure the leaf springs. Let's just use that. Make sure they're right. So, on the front, it's 43 7/8 inches. Exactly. On the back, we're 43 7/8. Exactly. We're square. Those are square. It's perfect. Hey, William. Lenny! Okay. So that's pretty good, man. I'd prefer these to be square than that one be 44 and that one be 43 7/8. It means the leaf springs are square within 1/8 of an inch tolerance to factory spec. The manual right here calls for 1/4 inch. So if they're square, I'm cool with that. I'm totally okay. That's fine. You can adjust out that last 1/8 of an inch. Cardboard aided design, yep. Now, our diagonal going from the back right to the front left, that one is 71 9/16 of an inch. Now the other one going the other way is 71 5/16 of an inch. So we're square, right? But this number and that number don't line up. But we're square. That's not square, it's parallel. You're parallel. Hey, Evertons. Hello! What's up? I'm just making my diagram look nicer with the differential. How are you? I'm good. Stop yelling at me. Your squareness error is 1/4 of an inch. It's actually not bad, is it? Okay, sorry. I appreciate the enthusiasm. Keep your voice down. The windows are open, man. What's wrong with you? It's okay, but it could be better. Yeah, Hellfish, 15/16 of an inch, 9/16, that's 4/16 different. That's 1/4 of an inch. Dude, this rear end is somehow still straight. How is that even possible? How? It's within tolerance. That's like, am I stupid? Am I not? Like, this car's, it's straight. Don't ask us the answer to that question. I mean, I know the answer, but bear with me here, dude. Are we? It's straight. How? How is that possible? Did I do something wrong or did I do something right? I don't know. Now, there is one thing to take into account. I know that frame rail is lower off the deck than this frame rail by a little bit. But if you put the level, yeah, put the level there, yeah, everything lines up. That's weird, dude. I'll keep my voice down. Thank you. Thank you. The windows are open. See? You see the sunlight? That's the thing. There's sun and grass out there. There's normies out there. We gotta be quiet, dude. Nick Pa, if you're still here, dude, like what were you on about, dude? Just to make sure I got I wrap my head around this, right? Like, cause we're nerding the frick out here. Like, am I thinking about this correctly, dude, or am I making a mistake? Now's the time, okay? Backseat me, please. This really needs to be right. The frame, everything on the back of this car rests on those damn frame rails and relies on those frame rails being perfect. If you elevate the right end, it'll shorten the distance. Elevating the right-hand side shortened my my back right to front left distance. It shortened it. Don't forget these frames weren't straight from the factory. Yeah, I know, they weren't straight from the factory. But dude, this one is. It's pretty much right. Like, apologies, I'm on a call. I can hear my name, but not much else. Nick Pa, you're smart and people say nice things about you. If your highlights are slightly different, soft coat planar. Hey, Hellfish, my gut's telling me, hold on. If I'm right, Evertons, you can scream all you want. Just don't go too crazy, okay? If I'm right, let's check here. So, this, as it sits right now, is 25 1/16 off the deck. This one over here is 24. Oh, does this go down or something? Uh, 15, 14, 13, 24 and 13/16. And this one is just a little bit higher at 25 1/4. Okay, hear me out. I'm thinking if we lift that, everything comes into alignment. If we lift the left-hand side. I'm serious. I think we should lift it and see what it does. This is assuming your floor is level, though, right? Datum marks are datum marks, Muppet. We're not really, because we're plumbed to gravity, the floor doesn't have to be like perfectly level because it's points in 3D space. These 3D space are just on a somewhat 2D plane. Those up and downs is assuming the floor is level. Yeah. The floor is pretty level, dude. It's close. This is a brand new concrete slab. It's pretty damn level. Sorry, that's what you meant. My right is your left. Yeah, okay, techno. Yeah. I'm thinking if we lift this up to 25, at least 25, if we bring that up a little bit, bring it up a little bit, I think this all goes into, it all goes into spec. It's good right now, even from the factory spec. Factory spec, this frame is straight. Because it's not rocket science. But I have a feeling we could spring for it and get it straight. And then it'll ride better than it was from the factory. Let's try it. And if we know everything is straight and perfect when we go to make our frame rail flanges, everything will be nice and happy. No, that's not going to work because that's on my it's on my tape marks. It's not going to work there, Skippy. Let's try going underneath here. So that's 25 1/4. And that's 25 1/4. How's that level looking? Huh. Huh. Let's check our side to side. Why would I measure these marks now? You need the plumb bob to do that, idiot. I was like, oh yeah, the marks are fine. Well, if we had 4 plumbs, we could get this right exactly, but we don't. I was like, it's going to be the same measurement. Have you hydrated? Yes. I honestly don't understand why he's worried about height. Side to side, front and back is what's the most important. Well, let me see something. It moved it in. Or did it? Hold on. Nope. Nope. My finger was in the wrong spot. It moved it out. It's to the left. Techno had moved it out. It did. Just gotta make sure we're measuring from the right spot. I have the new mark. I pushed the plumb bob through the tape. Dude, 1/4 inch exactly. 1/4 inch exactly. Holy crap, I think it's in alignment. If it's a 1/4 inch off of our original mark, and our original mark was 43 and 7 8ths. Yeah, remeasure. Well, my problem is that there's a jack. It's going to be hard to get that diagonal, dude. Oh, wait, I have the datum point. Dude, for a 3D artist, I sure suck at this. So what that would put us out 44. Hold on. Yeah, it is a 1/4 of an inch. All right. Okay. Let me measure again. You didn't create new points at all 4 corners. Yeah, we would have to do that, wouldn't we? Okay. Yeah, let me do that. This time I'm just going to press the plumb. I'll press the plumb into the tape to get me the mark that I'm looking for. let me do the back one here while we're here. Okay, I got the mark there. Let me get this one. This one didn't move. Yeah, it didn't move. Same spot. All right. Well, let's measure something then. Even if you did, it moved back. You have to have it fixed because every time you lift it again, it can move into a different position. Am I wrong or not? Well, duh, you have the jack out. Damn, I'm stupid. Wow, why am I so dumb? Damn, I'm stupid. Wait, then why did that one move? That means my plumb measurement was off, which means all of our numbers are wrong. What's the height off the floor on the left side? It's, I'm going too fast. I gotta slow down a little bit. We're doing this too fast. Left side is 24. I forgot how to read a tape measure. I'm sorry. I'm thinking about too many things. 24 and 7/8. And this is 25 and a quarter. Actually, it's 25 and an eighth. It's 25 and an eighth now. It was 25 and a quarter before. Yeah, I'm going too quick, dudes. Jack stands, not floor jack. My jack stands aren't tall enough, dudes. That's my problem. Okay, game time decision. With my well, now I want to measure it again. Now I'm not confident that those first plumb marks were right. That's right, Aqualex. Yeah, there's no imprecision with CAD. You could just say, what's the distance between that point, and it'll measure it perfectly for you. If you measure from the inside of the front left spring bracket to the inside of the right rear bracket on the frame, then reverse measure. If both numbers are equal, then you're square. Once again, fellas, my game time decision here is that it's close. Even taking into account potential errors in my using the plumb, this is pretty damn straight. I'm just, what's getting me is that left frame rail is sagging a little bit. We know it's sagging, just a smidge. Close enough for Rule 8 work? Well, no. If it was close enough for Rule 8 work, the best way to do it wouldn't be to do it at all, and the car would sit in the garage for the next 10 years. Too real? Too real. Yeah, no, I think we're good, Pete. I'm just trying to think what would be a better way to measure it. Like, do we have any better way of measuring this damn thing? I don't think so. We need to study on how we're going to study the measurements. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, dudes, it's pretty damn straight. Like, once again, the only thing is that I think one frame rail needs to just go up a little bit. That's all. I got another idea. I want to see something. Bear with me. I have another idea. I want to check something. This is from that thing that you mentioned, Hillness. So, see the level? The level on that bar, it's reading level. That's right. But how do we know that I didn't just level the bar and then welded it to the frame rails? So let me check something. Okay? Here's what we're going to do. It's going to be a little bit weird. I have a bar, some metal stock left over, that should be long enough to bridge the gap. Right underneath that. Give or take. What I want to do is I want to put that on here. And then I'm going to take the floor jack, and I'm going to use the floor jack to hold this thing in place. This isn't an exercise to try and bend the frame rails or move them back into position or anything like that. What I'm doing here, I just want that held into position. What I'm doing here is putting the level on here and seeing where we're at. I'm just resting it against the frame rails. Interesting. Guys, I'm going to say my floor isn't level. Honestly, I'm thinking the floor is not level. It's not exact. Because look, that thing is not pushing up the frame rails. It's just, the jack's just holding that beam there. Like, see, we still have play on the beam. It's just pushed up to the frame rails. Rested on top. You pushed it up when you jacked it up. All right, Sips. If that's what you want to do. My frame rail flanges are slightly bent. The frame rail flanges are a little bit bent, and that is introducing a little bit of error. Guys, I think we're good. Honestly, I'm not just convincing myself. Look at that. I don't know why I didn't think of this before. It's pretty good. It's pretty close. Like, is that good enough? Like, do you have a long level? I don't know if I have one that's good enough to, long enough to bridge that gap. I have my red level, I think, which is like 36 inches. The frame's not 36 inches. Put the bar on the ground and measure that. Oh, the bar, I welded a little foot to the bottom of this thing, so that's going to throw that measurement off. But I made sure we were resting on the bar when we put it up. So, I mean, obviously this is not going to be perfect, but... Floor's pretty level. But, look. There is still play, just a little bit. There's enough play there to explain the why it's out. Dudes, I'm thinking we're good. Like, I don't need any more evidence. This is well within factory tolerance. We're chasing, there's a reason why they're in factory tolerance, because you don't want to sit here and chase decimal points. I think we're fine. I think we're fine. Where's the beep? There's supposed to be a beep. Make the noise. Beep, 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 beep. Found a ride height measurement. They are calling for 26 to 28 from the ground to the wheel lip of the fender well. Oh. Well, that's good, Kelly. All right. We're 31. 31 and 3/4. And we should be down here 26 to 28. Yeah, actually, yeah. Guys, I think with our square measure, I mean, Kelly, that's going to help for sure. But, yeah, I know it's on jacks. I understand. That means if we're at 31, that means, let's just say mean height at 27, right? So you said 26 to 28, right? 4 inch, we're 4 inches higher than the car should be? That can't be right. There's no way that's right. We're a foot higher off the ground. Easily. All right, well, let's remember that one just in case. But, guys, honestly, I think we're good. I think we are good to get this right. Let's build some frame rail flanges, shall we? Hey, G. Don't go chasing decimals. Stick to the whole numbers that you're used to. Yeah, right? The box is moving on its own. Be quiet, box. Go back in your box. All right, let's roll. It's a fan, guys. The fan is pushing the box. All right. So, we need to rebuild frame rail flanges. I think, and once again, YouTube comment this if you want. I think, or if you're watching the VOD, or you let me know in a future VOD, we are pretty damn level. It's pretty close. This thing is, it's true, front to back, left, right. Our diags are a little bit off, but they're off by that much. We're good. We're off by maybe 5 to 6 mil, which means whoever built this frigging pretty damn good. It's pretty right, dudes. Unsure if I caught your last. We'll blame the Vivitech camera. Yep. Also, that's not good enough across a large area. That bubble level has an area of 1 degree or 2. 1 degree of error at 8 feet is 0.96. Also, that's not good enough. What is that in particular regards to, man? Is that it, like, are you saying stop, or are you saying measure something again, or are we good to go? Well, Shy, I'm going to pin everything with self-tappers, dude. Guys, I'm going to reassemble the entire rear end of this damn car with self-tappers to make sure everything is true. Seriously, we're not burning the trunk pan in. Not for a while. That's the last thing that you do. The best kind of welding is the best welding is the least amount of welding that you have to do. We'll put once we get the frame rail flanges repaired, cross member back on, level the cross member, self-tapper that thing to our remade leaf spring ears, right? Bumper brackets back on, extensions back on, make sure that's all level as well, right? We could probably burn that all back in, trunk pan in, trunk extensions, drill the holes for the trunk, right? Located on the damn cross member. Find that settle it in, self-tapper that thing, self-tapper the extensions. And yeah, I would probably do some self-tapping on the, some tech screws on the cross member extensions as well. Because want to make sure. Yeah, we want to be absolutely sure. Before we actually do that, we got to rebuild the leaf spring wheel, or the leaf wheel, the rear wheel houses. I managed to salvage a little bit of it, but we didn't get all of it. So once the trunk pan is back in and the extensions are tech screwed in, right, with the cross member and everything, what we'll probably do is put the rear fascia back on, tech screw that into place, and then cut the quarters out on the sides, but that's a little ways away. I say let's do it. Aqualex, I'm saying you should look for a better level if you want to know 2 points 8 feet apart of level inside your own stated error limit goal, 1 degree of error. I don't have a bigger level, dude. But I mean, we measured it off the damn ground, dude. It's square left to right, dude, front to back. Like, I'm willing to say that any margin of error is probably within the 1/4 inch tolerance that the factory calls for, dude. I've seen what I needed to see. I think we're good to go. Yeah, I can always take the self-tappers out. Bingo. And once again, we don't like, we say we do something wrong, find out we do something wrong later, take the damn thing apart. Take it apart. Remake the damn thing. It's not hard. We got a welder. We have a welder and a grinding wheel behind us. We can do anything. Those two could fix the entire frame of this damn car. When space, an hour, probably a little bit more. Okay, so what we're gonna do now, dudes, is we're gonna make templates. We gotta start making templates. We gotta use some CAD. Yep, we gotta use some CAD. So we're gonna start with this frame rail over here. I'm gonna give you guys a 3/4 view. Move this 2x4. Look, 2x4.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
115 from Admana. Yeah, quote Toby Keith, a little less talk, a little more action. Yep. Already stated doubt as to whether your floor is level. Just pointing. You don't have the tools as you go as you okay. Yeah, as you are now. I understand. Rebuilding the frame rail flange is not going to screw that up too much. That's not going to. We can rebuild this with that margin of error taking into account until I get better measurement tools or just decide it's fine. Let's do this. Rebuilding this cap piece is not going to screw us up too much. So we need to start taking measurements here. And then we got to start drawing. Who wants to draw? Okay. I'm pretty sure for this first frame rail piece, we're good till, we could probably cut it right here. Let me just measure the thickness. Oh. We might need to go a little bit more. All right. I got to get the wheel out. We got to get the grinding wheel. I got to clean all this off. We got to see how far we need to go back for good metal. Okie dokie. I'm not putting this nice new camera near that, so you guys can stay over here. Let me get my hearing protection, the jacket, the mask, everything, safety glasses, respirator. Gloves on steering wheel. I'm going to try to clean off this frame rail perch as best as I can. Yeah. Shy, yeah, that'd be kind of fun. All right. I don't know what that undercoating is, dudes. And I ain't going to sit here and find out, so I got a respirator. I don't want to breathe that. Like, you know, there's being tough, and then, yeah, we don't need to breathe that.
You were merely adopted into the rust. I was born into it, molded by it. You don't want to become Rust Man? No, not really. Jesse, we have to cook. Where are my welding gloves? Here are my welding gloves. Rise, Lord Vader. Okay, so I just knocked that over. Taking the cutting wheel off. Putting the wire wheel back on. Yeah, baby. Caffeine is not an adequate replacement for sleep. I recently discovered that overloading on creatine is. I'm so locked in and totally cooking. Creatine. Oh. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see what good metal we still got. Uh-huh. Ow. That just cut into my leg. That's good. Not a lot, it was just a little bit. All right, here we go. Once again, I ain't about to bleed this. We have to figure out where the good metal is. Hi. How am I going to get in there? Good. Can you see? Cool. I need a light. Slamming. Want to turn up the heat? Naturally. Yeah. Ah. I can't get much further in there with the angle grinder, dudes. Okay. I got another solution. Gentlemen, there's a solution here you're not seeing. Heat gun. Where's my chisel? Well, dang it, Bobby, where's the damn chisel, boy? I'm gonna, what I'll do is I'll scrape off the rest of the rust, or the undercoating that's there. We'll scrape it off. Scrape it off. Just gotta get my chisel to do that. I get a wire brush out too, you know, for fun. There we go. No, no, you don't. Not with the new camera. Ugh. You know what? I don't need the respirator for this part. Well, yes, you probably do. I don't need the jacket for this part. Maybe bubble wrap the camera? Yeah, maybe. There we go. Yeah, see, I don't know what's in this undercoating here. I have no idea, and I don't want to know either. I'm just going to respirate until all this is gone. Metal's looking pretty good behind that, dudes. Who knew the undercoating was actually doing its job? All right, let me get a wire brush. Okay, That's good enough. I've gone far enough back there for my tastes. That's pretty good, dudes. I'm gonna put my glove back on. I don't want my hand going up into this. Okay, we got good metal basically from here, from basically behind that hole back. Pretty good. We have to go further back, a little bit further back on the other side. The other side has more holes in it. I don't know if you guys could see them through the, yeah, see. That ain't bad though, dudes. All right, hell yeah. Yep, that's good metal right there. That's something we can weld to. We won't need to worry about burning through it. Excellent. All right, so the next thing we gotta do is basically find the end of the frame rail, which we still have a little bit of tabs here and here to get right. So I could take the respirator off now. Hot scraping action. Do you have a wire wheel bit for the Dremel? I do, actually, yes. Yeah, I do have that. Hang on a second, my dude. Here, look. Let's see. Yeah, just a little guy. Him too afraid to get out. He just a little guy. Look, Mommy, the rhino's getting too close to the car. Yeah, it's pretty good. We can really get into these nice smaller crevasses with the with this though. I just got to remember how to use the chuck on this thing. Am I dumb? Don't answer that. Why isn't it locking? Or am I missing the collet or something? Yep. There's the collet. Kind of need that. The Dremel chuck uses a locking collet.
I know I'm going to put the safety glasses back on, dudes. Let me just make sure this all works how I want. Oh, you bet your bottom dollar it does.
I waited a week all yesterday for you to get the Satsuma running, and I cried in a fetal position while sucking your thumb all Wednesday. I don't know if you're complimenting me or not. Will you be covering the test launch tonight? Oh yeah, the test launch for the test rocket. I don't know what that means, Jack. Which test are we talking about? There's so many testing launches, dude, I don't know what that means anymore. Ugh. Test flight 1 at Eris. I don't think they're streaming it, dude. They're not, to my knowledge, they're not streaming. So, it's in an hour and a half. If they stream it, I'm in, dude. Sure. All right. Let's go. See what this thing does. Oh, yeah. A little baby wire wheel. Dude. Nice. Well, that wire wheel's gone. That didn't last very long, but that did help. I'll have to buy more. That didn't last very long. That wire wheel bit is shot, but it was good. Well, it was good while it lasted. Okay, start taking measurements.
Someone who knows nothing about this, why are you cleaning this part? Good question. No, that's a good question, dude. Give me 1 second and I will tell you. So, we got to replace it. Why are we cleaning it if we got to replace it? Well, we got to figure out how much of it we need to replace. That's really important. So part of that is finding what's called good metal. Metal that isn't rusty, right? You need to find the good metal because you need to know how much you need to cut, right? I need to know how far in we need to go with this, right? That's the big one. We need to know how far in is good metal. So let me just get one of my cleaning wipes here and we'll just disinfect the area. I'm cutting off the end, yes. So, what does good metal look like? Well, let me Obviously, this off the back is not good metal. Some of this metal is okay. Some of it. Let me get my light so we can really get up in here and look. Okay, so we got to figure out how much of this we want to section off on both sides. Okay. Now the inside of the frame rail is basically pitted to about here. See this metal back here? That's good metal. Now how can you tell? Well, this metal is kind of bumpy and it obviously has a hole in it. See that? The metal back here though is fine. So that is going to be where our cut point is. But first what we need to do is we got to figure out, okay, so say we section this and we cut it out right now. How long is this piece? I don't know how long it is. We do have an original point here where we can measure where the back, quote unquote, of this rail actually is, give or take, probably within a 1/16 of an inch. Okay, so, yep, we got good metal. We're basically going back here. Let's get our measuring, let's get the measuring stick out. And by measuring stick, I mean measuring tape. And let's see how far we need to go. I'm thinking probably to about there. Now, where is that comparatively, like to the rest of the frame rail? 4 inches, give or take. All right, that's more or less my 4-inch mark. There you go. We're cutting off 4 inches of this thing. So now that we know that, all right, now we know we're cutting 4. Okay, we can mark 4 inches back, make sure that our lines are straight, and we can cut this bit out. Another thing that we could do, just to be absolutely sure that our guide, our plates are fine and everything is right, is we could plug weld. Plug weld a plate temporarily here and here on the inside as guide rails. So when we do section this out, right, we plug weld new plates in here, and that gives us a guide for our rail. Okay, let's get the CAD. Let's get the CAD out. Dinner's done. Sorry, it went really quick. Oh. All right. Well, yeah, keep it warm for me. I'm going to be in a little bit. Tortellini with prosciutto. Oh, why, lady? Oh, SpongeBob, why? Okay, so how would we go about doing this? We should probably take measurements of the frame rail flanges up here. Obviously, take a measurement of the frame rail height, and then width. And then we got to transfer that onto paper. All right. So I'm going to get my very useful data sheet right here. That's just a piece of cardboard from an Amazon box. And you got to start measuring. The more measurements we got here, the better. So I'm just going to draw scale model, or not scale, just a model of this, and we'll take down some measurements. Okay, so this is all pretty square, it's pretty straight. So let's start up here. We have an inch, 25.5 mil, an inch exactly, of frame rail tab. This side is a little bit less. This is 7/8. The other one on the other side, one inch. Okay, now the bottom here. What are we talking about here? Actually, we could do the inside. Okay, so the inside, actually we can just go center to center. Give or take. 1 3/4. Right, 1 3/4. Yep, that's pretty right. Now the height, what's our frame rail height? Frame rail's 4.5 inches. Now, top there is 3. That's a half. Three and 5/8, totally across. All right, so we're deep 4 inches off the back, right? Then we got all of our measurements. Now we got to make this. We got to make a paper model of this thing, and we have to also include the frame rail going, what's called the frame rail ear going this way. We need to measure how far that goes. So what I'm going to do is get the cross member and line stuff up and try to get a good measurement on how far what's called the frame rail ear goes. So that's the bumper mount, and we know it goes further than that by there. So off the end, we're 2 3/4 of an inch. So that means our tab frame rail ear is 2 3/4. Sick. All right. And then we're going to need to find a spot for the cutout for that, right? And then we need the slotted piece here, but we can do that later. Let's just get some flat metal, or just, figure out how long it needs to be and then go from there. So that's that piece. So we got a 4-inch long piece that needs to replace all of this crap. We need to basically get it to the end, and we need to fold this ear. How long is that one? It's 1 inch. Okay. Okay, and now we got to transfer this onto paper so we can make a template to put on the metal, to trace onto the metal. So let me clean off my welding sheet, or welding bench over here. Still has the drill on it. It's not plugged in though. So I'm gonna get my bench out and then I'm gonna move the camera so you guys can see what I'm drawing, and we'll draw out a template. Everybody understands what I'm doing, right? I have a piece of poster board that I'm gonna use. We're gonna mark all of our measurements, and we're basically gonna make an origami piece of paper here. Like, the origami piece of paper is going to show what this piece is going to look like if it's flat on metal, right? So we take all these measurements, we unfold all the measurements with the, you know, the frame rail ears. God damn. Right? We're going to unfold it, transfer it onto metal, and then we can see what we got. We can see how big a piece of metal we need. Gorlami. So cut it all off, box tube done. That's not what the factory did though. Can't have that. Can't do that way, man. Now, I'm just gonna take this 16 gauge sheet metal and put it down so we have something flat. Actually, that's way more than 16. I got my 16 plate here. I bought this plate specifically for remaking frame rails. And we'll bend it. We'll bend it just like the factory would have. These frame rails would have been a stamping, but that stamping wouldn't have been able to do all the folds and everything just right. It would have stamped it, and then somebody would have bent the frame rail ears out into position. The other thing I need is my poster board. It's real nice. Got it at Ocean State Job Lot. It's on sale. All right. Whoop. I'm going to try to be a little bit more precise here. So I'm going to get a drafting pencil out. Ocean State Job Lot, dude. We're going to need a couple of straight edges. Yeah, Ocean State's like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Awesome? Like, it's a local store that has discount deals. Discount deals on name brand stuff. Ocean State Job Lot, boy. All right. So, I got a T-square. It's not, this isn't going to be exactly useful right now, but the ruler definitely will be. So, put the T-square there. So now, what do we got? So we're 4 inches deep. All right, so let's start here. Okay, so that's 4 inches, right? Now, see, this is where this is going to get weird because I need a square edge. What can we use? What can we use? What can we use to get a square? I think I have a framing square over here, but I'm not exactly sure that that's going to work. Basically, I need to make sure we're 90 degrees perfect. The T-square is not going to get me exact because it has depth to it. See what I mean? Oh, that actually reminds me. Yes. I have a drywall square. Yes. Oh. Oh, score. All right, screw that edge. We don't need no stinking edge. So, look, this is teed off the end of the welding table.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Excellent. Except when it moves. Don't move. Now, we can use this ruler, right? And then if we clamp the paper down, or we could just tape it. Let me get my 16 gauge plate out of here. Put that over here. It's like a drafting board, dudes. All right, give me some painter's tape. Fractal, what's up, man? 90-month resub. Thanks, dude. All right. Let me pick up some stuff off the floor. And I'll give you guys a 3/4 view so you can see. So it doesn't necessarily matter if our paper is perfectly square. I mean, we could make it square if you want. We could make it go in the square hole. There, that's square. We're good. Tape that down to the welding table. Oh man, I'm back in drafting class all over again, dude. This is great. Okay, so now we know none of that's going to move. All right, so let's start measuring. We're going to try and transfer all of our measurements onto the piece of paper. So, was my first line square? It was not. So I'm just going to move a little ways this way. And we're going to make a square line that's 4 inches, right? That will get us one side of this frame rail. Actually, the nice way of doing it would be to do it right here. And just go 4 inches. And then you draw a line right here. That gets us a flat point. So now it's just unfolding this. So we had a 1-inch ear, right? Look, right here. Here's our measurements. We have 1 inch there, and then how far down? Is that 4.5? 4.5 inches down. 1 3/4 over, 4.5 inches up, 7/8 of an inch for the other ear. Okay, that's going to get us what we want. So let's do that. So from here, probably would have been better to do this on an actual mark, like an, smart person. So use the 44-inch mark as our datum. It's got to stay straight, idiot. I said it's got to stay straight, EJ. There we go. Okay, so now from here we measure the top. Right there. And then we draw another line. There we go. All right, cool. Let me just double check and make sure that this is 4 inches. It's not exact. top line is the one that's the most important. All right, now from here, we know we got a 1-inch frame rail top. So this piece right here, see that one? That's 1 inch. So we go back over here like this, and we're going to measure 1 inch. 1 inch is right there. So this will end up being our frame rail, the top frame rail flange. Okay, now we need to go 4.5 inches. That 4.5 inches right here will make up the downward part of the, it'll make up the downward part of the rail, this part right there. What gauge is that material? I have 16 gauge steel, which is what that is from the factory, I'm pretty sure. So 4.5, ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1/2. All right. So there's got to be a little bit of guy right here. I'm wondering if we should leave a little bit of extra material for the bend. That probably would be a good idea. If we leave a 1/16 of an inch, just in case. I can add a little bit to the top there, and we can add a little bit to the bottom here for the bend, you know. That's a 1/16 of an inch right there. Cool. Now we got to do the bottom of the frame rail, which is 1 3/4 inches. Okay, so let's go here. From that spot right there, you go over an 1 3/4 inches, and that gives me this spot right here. Okay, now once again, we'll leave another 1/16 of an inch for the bend, just in case. There we go. So those two thicker lines right there are measuring, those are my bends. If we add a 1/16 up here, right, then we can add one going this way. And that, now we have the bend included up there. That was 1/8 of an inch, idiot. The only reason I'm doing this, this isn't necessarily going to measure cut lines or anything, but this is taking into account to make sure that we have the right length. That's really, really important. Right, so this is the side of the frame rail. Right, this is the bottom. This is the flange. Right? See? And now we got to do the other side over here. So once again, we go in here, take our ruler, and we measure, what is it, 4.5 inches. So 4.5 inches to here, right? Make sure we're pretty damn precise. There we go. I got my mark. Here we go, and give me a 1/16 of an inch to take into account the bend. 1/16 of an inch is an approximation. I'm pretty sure that's what it's going to be given the tools that I have. But yeah, we might end up having to make a couple different prototypes here. No frame should be made from 60 thousandths sheet metal, just saying. I can get thicker stock, at least I should be able to, but that, dude, that looks like 16 gauge to me. I'm pretty sure it is. Now, this is the frame rail side right. I know it's backwards, but if we flip the template around, flip the template over, it's fine. Okay, so now we got to do the ear. The ear over here is 7/8 of an inch. So I'm going to go ahead and measure 7/8 here. Yeah, the ear on this side is that much. There it is. There we go. Okay. Now, that's the replacement piece. That is going to basically cover all of this. There are some things that we could put in, like the nick from that factory there. That makes that right here, the frame rail gets wide. But now we got to figure out where the tabs are. Right? Where these pieces that come off the end that provides a flange for the cross member. This piece right here. Where is that? Where does it live? How does that figure into our template? So, now, you have to account for the thickness of the metal, or am I wrong? That's why I'm putting in extra space in my bends, dude. Because it's about 16 gauge steel. Does the Dodge manual show frame steel specifications? I don't know. Let me look. That's why it disappeared. It wasn't made enough metal from the factory. Yeah, I could just take my caliper to the current steel, but it's a little rusty, daily push. I don't know if it's going to get us exactly what we're looking for. But I'll see if I can find a clean piece and we'll go from there. Okay? So this is a caliper. You can use it to measure thickness of things. So let me undo the brake. Set my dial indicator. Set the dial indicator at 0. Okay, see? We're zeroed. Now, let's go find a nice piece of frame rail. Trying to find a clean-ish piece of this could be a little bit weird. Right there, you got to make sure the underside of this is good. Okay, ready? Hang on. Dial indicator didn't clock correctly. Okay, you guys see it. We're zeroed. Right? Focus. We're zeroed. So let me try it again. It moved. That moved. I gotta set the... give me a second. I'm being stupid. I'm forgetting how to use the damn caliper. There we go. I set the brake. What is that? 16 thousandths, right? Or, you know what I'm trying to say. That definitely is 16 gauge steel. The body panels are made out of lighter depth, but this is a unibody, so a lot of it is using a little bit thicker steel. But that's definitely 16 gauge. Probably should have just said I measured it from the start, but it's okay. So I'm leaving a 1/16 of an inch. That's why I left 1/16 of an inch in my bends to take into account the thickness, right? It might be a little bit more, it might be a little bit less, but that should be good enough. Now we got to figure out where the frame rail ears live. Okay, now we got to figure out where the ears are. So if this is that piece right here, the ear is going to come off this section right here, and it's going to go out 1 inch. So from here, we go up here like this. Give myself some space again for a bend. Right, and then we measure 1 inch right there. And then from there, that tab is same length as the frame rail side, right? So we go 1, 2, 3, 4 and a half. There we go. I did measure that at 4 1/2, right? This template's junk. I didn't measure it right. Crap. It's too short. I didn't measure it. I should pay attention more next time. That's junk. These measurements right here and right there are no good. Redrawer. Oh. Am I stupid? Can I not read my own writing? It says 4 1/2, right? It says 4 1/2, but if we go right here with my dang old ruler, It's definitely 4 1/4. So I measured it right. I wrote down the wrong thing, and then I drew the right thing. What did I just do? No. No, 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 no. It is 4 1/2. Yeah, that's wrong. Sweet. Okay, that's junk. Bye-bye. X that out. Okay, new spot. We start down here. Okay, so Mark II template happening right now. Okay. 4-inch length. So from here, I mark right at 45. And that's our frame rail ear. Okay. Now we measure an inch. Measure an inch in.
Swift Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What's that?
Less than 6 months ago, witnesses testifying in the halls of Congress reignited public interest in UFOs with regaling accounts of shadowy government cover-ups and strange craft seen whizzing through the sky.
You hear that? That was the sound of me turning the speaker off. Hear that? That's the sound of me turning the speaker off, dude. Okay, so measure, get an inch right here. Okay. Now give me a 1/16 of an inch for the thickness. There's a 1/16. Now from there, we measure 4 1/2 inches, dickhead. Once again, leave 1/16 of an inch, take into account metal thickness. There we go. Okay. Now the bottom is 1 3/4 from here, so one and 3/4. There it is. And then leave a 1/16 like we've done before. There we go. Now we measure 4 1/2 again. I'm just double checking myself, make sure that we're at 4 1/2. We are. Now leave a 16th. Okay. All right, now this last frame rail flange is 7/8 of an inch. So let's go in here like that, get us to 7/8 on the T-square ruler. There we go. Now on the end piece, we don't need a marker or anything. There we go. All right. Nice. That ain't too bad. Not too shabby. So frame, rail. That's the frame rail bottom. Frame rail side right. And this is the flange over there. Okay, now we got to do the ears. So this one is going to have an inch up over here. It's this one that's going to have a wider piece. So let's go over here. Measure 1 inch. Right? And then we go here. Just make sure. Make sure we're dialed, and then that ear is probably going to be about the same. It should be 4.5. So 1, 2, 3, 4.5. There it is. Oh boy. And then we can make the ear, actually it's going to be a little bit shorter than that because of the bends. So that ear, we get a 1/16 of an inch taking into account the bend. There it is. Frame rail, ear, inner. Now, this one over here, this is going to be the one that's weird because the ear on the other side is 2 3/4. Measured 2 3/4 out. So let's go here. Right. Moving a little bit in by 1/16 of an inch to take into account this bend in 3-dimensional space, 2 3/4 right there. Okay, now this piece, just like before, right, is going to be 4.5, give or take. Actually, it's probably going to be closer to 4 1/4, or no. Well, we took 2/16 over there, so that's 1/8, and then we took 1/8 off the other side, so that equals 1/4. So yeah, we should be 4 1/4 from here. So if we take this, and we measure 4 1/4, which is right there. Right, we take this line. Right, take that line and move that way. Now that line goes there, and there's our ear. And that is how you do cardboard aided design. There we go. This dude got a whole Adrian Newey table. Yep, yep. Help us and turn donos off. Yeah. Just think, they used to design cars, the whole car like this. Everything. Stamping, tooling, and dyeing was done on a drafting board. Just like this. I took drafting classes when I was a lot younger. That's how I know how to do this, guys. It's really not that hard. It gets tough when you start making stuff that's not perfect squares, right? Now, here's the thing. We really want to get fun with this, right? How far out here? Let's go over here for a second. Go back to our frame rail. Let's get the cross member, right? The new one, right? Because the old one doesn't exist anymore. Let's put this here. Call it a mock-up. How far are we from the edge? Give me my ruler. From the edge of the rail, I mean, this, we can do an approximation. 5/8. 5/8 from the rail, dudes. I would zoom in, but you guys can see it. It's 5/8 from the edge of that. Okay? So now we can go back over here, and if you can understand the 3D space a little bit, I actually got to measure where that is top to bottom. So we're 1 1/8 off the so I could basically figure out where that hole is, but I might want to wait until we make this piece, at least in paper, and then put it up against a cross member. I don't think we need to do any more straight lines. I think we're good. Cool thing is that if we wanted to make this for the other side, you know, once we cut this out, you just flip it over. Then you have the other side. The other side gets made instantly. You can mirror it. Just flip the thing over. All right, how do we cut the straight edges here? A razor blade, I think, is what we're going to need. I don't have a paper cutter. I mean, I have scissors, but yeah, cutting this with a razor off the square is probably a good idea. All right. Where's the knife? Knife. Oh, I got the Leatherman, that's right. The Leatherman has a razor on it. Shoot, it moved. Crap. Yeah, I actually need that T-square ruler back so we can cut the rest of this. I put it away. All right, Article. See you, buddy. Okay. Sorry, I'm not providing much commentary. Just give me a moment. All right. Let's see what happens here. It didn't get all of it. Skeezers. Chat, where'd you put my scissors? Why are my scissors on the electrical table? Dang it. So what I'll do, because we can't get at all of it, is I'll cut a little ways outside. Of the actual template. And then, there we go, and we should be able to just punch out a lot of this stuff, because if anything, I perforated it with the knife. Clean up that edge with the scissors. Okay. We're going to have to do this with metal, though, in a little bit. Almost there. Almost there. Oh, here comes the template. Oh, it's going to be a lot. There you go, dudes. Oh, wait, I forgot the end. First template. Yes! We did it. It only took 1 or 2 tries. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Wow. Wow. Hi, everyone. I'm Elon Man. No problem. Driving my template. I love you. Wow. Wow. Now my neighbors think I'm absolutely crazy, no doubt. Hold on, Lenny. I believe in you. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. All right, so we have to crease some of these things. So let's get our T-square out again. And let's just be very, very careful about folding this. So how does this go? Yeah, this is a fold out. Huh. How should we do this? Oh, I got an idea. Shut up, chat. I got an idea. Just give it a little perforation with the knife. I don't know. Whatever. You know, a smarter person than me would have drawn this on both sides. Okay. There's our piece. Let's see if it fits. Hey, all right. Not bad. We got a little bit of play on the bottom there, but that's it. There it is. That's what it's supposed to look like. If you use the plate for bending, you get the right size ratio curve. Yeah. It's pretty good, Rarest. It came out okay. It's going to give us a little play down the bottom because I can't push it all the way up to the top. But if we like kind of line it up here. Yeah, it's not getting our folds just right. And we have way more play on the outside than we do on the end. I think I may have left too much space. Now, do you have a metal brake? I have a vise. Yeah, our tolerances are a little bit off. But this is, for the most part, what we're looking for. Now get out the Crayolas and put some rust on that cardboard. Well, Raiden, it's supposed to go basically exactly where the frame rails are supposed to go. So because of that, it's not gonna sleeve it correctly, right? But if you put it, if I kind of line it up at the ends, look. See, if we line it up at the end like that, everything lines up. I think my bottom, I can't tell if it's the rust that's making the bottom look a little too wide or if I didn't get my folds correct. I don't think I got the folds exactly right. Let me see if I can crease one of these folds again. There we go. That one's right. Cool. There we go. I just creased the folds a little bit. They weren't exactly straight, but if we pin this right here, it looks like I didn't take into account the metal thickness at the bottom. That's okay. Like, yeah, when I actually took my measurements, I didn't take into account the thickness. I added the thickness after, so it's not exactly right, but like we're a little, I don't know. I think that, that could be all right. I think it's close enough to start messing with. I'm also thinking maybe take a picture of this thing. Your bottom is too wide. Oh yeah? Please tell me more. I think all said and done, we butt weld this thing up. We're gonna be good. That's gonna be like that. And yeah, 1/16 of an inch is right. That's the correct amount. And that's what it's going to need to look like. That should show you just how much frame rail we're missing over here. Anytime you see paper that's not on the inside there, that's, yeah, we're missing a bunch. Cool. All right, we can make it out of metal and we can always grind it. All right, what time is it? It's 5:20. Sweet, dudes. All right, we made our first template. And then, once again, if we took this template and we folded it backwards, we have the same piece over there, which is pretty sick. That's pretty cool, man. And then the other thing that I could do is just trace this onto the board and we can make more. So this took some time to make it, but we got it. We might need to prototype a couple of times, but that's okay. One thing that I can be very sure of is that I might need more metal. This piece will fit on my 16 gauge. Look. So what we can do now is trace this onto the 16 gauge and then cut it. I can cut it with the cutting wheel. Good part is that we can use one of the edges on the bottom as a nice, nice solid piece. Yeah, cool. I'm just going to need to figure out a way to cut this completely square. What do you think, dudes? I mean, I can get at it with the cutting wheel. It's not going to matter too much. Did you factor in a bending allowance? Yes. Yes, we did, actually. Yeah, dude, we actually did. So that's going to get me that flange. Now, what the heck are we going to do over here is the real question. Just buy a CNC machine. I don't think a CNC machine is going to do what I want. But, you know. Good, you were busy with work. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I took into account the bending, the thickness of the steel. So we have 16 gauge steel, so each one of my bends is 16 gauge. So about a 1/16 of an inch. It's funny how that all lines up. But yeah, dude. We have one, here we go. There it is. Just got to make this out of metal. How we bend that? I'm trying to think. What would be the right way to do this? I think if we put this in the vise, I think the hammer and dolly, we bend the ears first, right? And then we bend that over. Oh, shoot. No, that's not going to work. The right way to do it would be to bend that, put that in the vise, bend that. I wonder if Harbor Freight has small metal brakes. It doesn't have to be perfect, it just needs to hold the next part and not be in the way of anything else. Yeah, Roy, they do. Yeah, a metal brake. Yeah, I need a small one, like a 12-inch metal brake. That's what I'd need. I need a small one. I could do this with the vise. We could do it with the vise if it was just the frame rail, but the tabs make it really difficult. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna need a metal brake. Okay, the next steps here would be to transfer this onto I didn't leave a tolerance for the bend on the tabs. I don't think that's going to be that big of an issue. As long as we have some plate to weld that cross member to, we should be fine. So we need, this is going to be a 1/16 of an inch shorter, and that'll be a 1/16 of an inch shorter. That's not a big deal. No one's gonna know. How would they know? No one's gonna know. It's freaking origami, dude. Now, okay, so here's my homework. Tomorrow morning, what's today? Thursday? The only one I see on the Harbor Freight page is 36 inch at $299. 180 for a 12 inch. 180? Oh, that goes into the press brake. I have a press brake. Sweet. That actually helps a lot. I have a press. It's over there. I have a bottle jack press that I use for pressing bearings in and out. Please don't try to remake that frame shape.
Go and throttle up.
Honk for Hank, measure once, cut twice. That's right. Box tube and angle, but that's I don't really understand why. Why is that not a, I don't, why do you guys always wait till I'm finished with something to say don't do it that way? I don't understand. Why has this always become a thing? It'll be way stronger and easier to make. I really don't think that it will. They made it that way because it was cheap. I told you before. I'm gonna give this a shot. We'll see. I'll be the judge here. If what we could do on top of that article is we could put box steel in here and weld the box steel to the pre-existing frame on the inside of the rails. Could do that. I wouldn't mind doing that. That'll make that thing really strong. Basically use this as a sleeve. I'm cool with that. All modern frames are box tube. Yeah, this is too when it has a trunk pan on top of it, man. Okay. Cool. All right. The other side is actually not, or the leaf spring side doesn't seem to be that big of a deal, dudes. This side right here, and we got to go because we got to get space news. This side just seems to be a plate that goes here. We just got to, I got to cut some metal out here, and then we just have to make sure that that slotted piece is in the right spot, just like over here. Dinner's waiting, boy. Yeah, you're right, Yeah, we just need a plate. Just a plate right there, that'll do it. And then that side is repaired. Cool. All right. Sweet. Oh, I want to keep going, dude. That's a huge W. I want to keep going, but we need the space news, man. People need their space news. I'm going to make my template. We'll make that out of metal. And if we want to reinforce it with angle, we'll reinforce it with angle. We can do that. It's no problem. Don't repeat the sins of the past. I don't really understand. I mean, article, you're right, absolutely, but 4 inches, 4 inches of the frame at the very back of the frame rail is not going to make any structural difference at all. It's not, dude. I'm sorry. It's not going to. That's not going to do anything. Now, if we box the whole thing, sure. But we're not, because that is way beyond my technical expertise. Squidward tortellini. All right. We can talk about this more later. Unofficial. The fairings were triggered on the launch pad before fueling began on the Aussie rocket. Ooh. This is a tank compared to anything else on the road. Article, you're probably right. I'm gonna go back to factory spec. If we need to build, if we need to beef it up, we'll beef it up, dude. It's all good. I'm just let me have this W, man. Let me have this W. Look at it. It's like a paper airplane. Look, woohoo. No, it's good, man. Once again, I think I need to crease these folds a little bit differently, but you know, I'm gonna go eat. I'm gonna celebrate this W. Pretty good, man. Shut that camera off. Put the lens cap on. The real fun is gonna be when we have to cut that frickin' frame rail piece out. That's gonna suck. There's also a captive nut in the rail as well that has to be perfect. That has to be completely aligned. If it's not, gonna have a bad time. And then the outer piece right here, that shouldn't be too hard to repair. It'll actually be okay. The other side's struggling. The other side is struggling a lot. But if we make this same cap piece on that side, just make the same piece. At the very least, same thing. Put a new back piece on it. There's another flange over there that needs to be shored up. And then there's the patch at the very front of the frame rail up there. Yeah, next week, guys. Next week we're gonna belt this out. So tomorrow I'm gonna go gaming. We're gonna play Workers tomorrow before the Flame Trench. I blanked. Dang it. I'm thinking about the car too much. So tomorrow we're going to play Workers, so I'll score this new... we'll need the metal brake. It's very clear. I'll get the brake, and I'll move my press over there where you guys can see it. Fairing Pop was not on our bingo card. Consider making a patch plate for the joint. Might make it easier to align the new piece. Patch plate? Got you covered, man. Old bumper brackets. We can use this we can use it to align. This is still good-ish. Yeah, we can use that to align, man. No problem. Go eat your food. Yeah, workers in Flame Trench. Yep. So the next auto stream will probably be Tuesday or something. I'm going to get the metal brake. It's very clear we're probably going to need more 16 gauge. Yeah, I need more 16 gauge and I need the metal brake. Sweet. So I got to spend a little bit more money. I've spent a lot of money and the last week, but it's okay. I'm glad you guys are into this project, dude. It makes me happy. This thing's going to be sick when it's finished. Trust me. Seeing this the whole rear end, nice and square, it's going to be really good. Okay. I will see you guys. I'll be back real quick. I'm just going to wash my hands. I didn't get dirty enough to take a shower. So I'm just going to go down and grab a quick bite. And we will start Space News in about 15. Every time I join the car stream, there's less and less car. No. I added some metal over there. No. And we made a template. We made a template to add more metal. Look, see, isn't that nice? It's a box. This project is awesome. Thanks, Multiplanetary. Thanks, dude. Cool. All right, dudes. Stand by for loss of signal from the garage as expected. I will be back momentarily. About 15 minutes, okay?
with no retreat. Failures never taste the sweet. Science lessons learned in flight. Journey on through endless night. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Orbit dreams won't be delayed. Lessons learned from missions made. Kerbal Power will forge a path to the stars beyond this path. For the stars, we aim so high. The poor jet did kiss goodbye. For science and purple light, we'll keep flying through the light. Rocket launch with hope so grand. EJ's got the master plan. Thrusters burn to reach the moon. In his eye you see the tune. Keep flying through the light.
All right, what's going on? Welcome to the Space and Rocket Review. You two girls, tell your friends. Space and Rocket Review. Totally not finishing a protein bar, I swear. Did I check your DM, Nick? Of course I did. Okay. Almost done. We lead you loud and clear, Control. Roger. Roger to YouTube chat. I am just finishing my dinner. I swear I'm not dead airing my own stream. I mean, I kind of am, but... Okay. All right. Give me 1 second. Okay. Oh, hey, I'm finally not wait for one of these. What's up, Mercury Metals? What's up, Bob? All right. That is not what we hit. This. All right. Let me just get rid of that. Take that, get rid of that. Okay, I'm good. How are you? We did paper mache on the auto stream. It was great. Okay, so. All right, I'm going to jump right in. You guys ready? Let's do this. So, we have an update here from Gilmore Space, who was poised on the pad for Test Flight 1. Their first rocket launch. So, if you want to know about Gilmore Space, they're the first Australian private space company to ever attempt to launch from Australia. But, they're the first one. No one's ever done that. They do have a rocket. And their launch site is actually in Queensland? It's in Australia. In one of those places in Australia. Pretty sure it's Queensland. Anyway. So, we did get an update from them. They were going to attempt to launch yesterday, but they, it's called Kingsland now. Oh, gosh. Why no Marcus House commentary stream then? I don't know. But listen to this, dudes. Test Flight 1, scrubbed. Last night, during final checks, an unexpected issue triggered the rocket's payload fairing. No fuel was loaded, no one was hurt, and early inspections showed no damage to the rocket or pad. Uh-huh. Oh-ho. Mercury Redstone 1 moment. Yeah. We'll send a replacement fairing from our Gold Coast factory after a full investigation. That means we're standing down from this test campaign to investigate and fix. A new date for Test Flight 1 will be announced once ready. To the stars. P.S. Vegemite payload is safe. Shouldn't there be another parenthesis right here? Jack, thanks for the details. Please share the video. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Please do that. Yeah. So, yeah. There are... Oh, there you go, Cyborg. All right. Did they reply? Oh, the front fell off. Yep. So, yeah, that was the update, guys. That was just an hour ago. Yeah, payload fairing popped. So, what triggers that? An electrical short. That's what triggers that. There's really no getting around it. That, electrical short. That's, I mean, Creeper said Mercury Redstone 1. So, I don't know if you guys ever seen Mercury Redstone 1 footage. Here. Give me 1 second. So, the Mercury Redstone 1 mission was the first test flight of the Mercury capsule. Nobody was on board, but it was a Mercury capsule on top of the Redstone missile. Yeah, this, here. Okay, retract, umbilical retract. Yeah, I wasn't supposed to do that. So, Mercury Redstone 1 had an electrical problem, and that actually, the electrical problem triggered the abort contingency and shut the engine off. and fired the launch escape system and parachute. Yeah. Whoops. Yeah. And then the parachute deployed. Hey, the mortar worked. The mortar worked great. Dude, like, I want to be very clear how absolutely nuts this actually is, because if you look very closely, say this bottle, it didn't do that. Say this bottle of water is the Redstone missile. If you look closely, it does that. It hops. So first suborbital hop right there. See? It went up. It left the launch mount for like a split second and then came back down and landed perfectly. That could have been way worse. Where did the escape tower land? The square hole. Yeah. That thing hopped about an inch off the pad and landed perfectly back on the pedestal. That could have been way freaking worse, dude. Watch. See? Did you see it? It went up and down. The whole stack moved. Oh, man. So hopefully that didn't happen to Gilmore. What happened with Gilmore is that the fairing just opened. But yeah, once again, people are asking, what causes that problem? Electrical shorts in the rocket can cause that problem. Yep. So yeah, electrical problems actually cause that. Sorry, I had somebody comment on a video. Electrical problems are what do that, dudes. That's how that happens. There could be a logic issue, like for instance, the logic could have said if fuel level low sensor triggered on first stage. Yeah, I mean, it could also be software, but see, Aqualux, if it was during, so let's, you know what, let's look at that tweet again. Let's look at the Z tweet here. Last night during final checks, an unexpected issue triggered the rocket's payload fairing. During final checks. It really depends on, dude, if they were like, well, why would it here, what? So that's a little complicated. During final checks. Does that sound like software to you? I'm actually asking. Because now I'm not so sure. Could be a bad sensor. Yep. You do a check on the sensor. The bad sensor shorts. Electrical signal. There you go. Like, that's, that could be anything. I would kind of say software, dude, but I'm not exactly leaning towards that. It would really depend on what their diagnostic and testing hardware is doing. Or software, I should say. Someone pressed the J button for jettison. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Someone hit the little red button. Yeah, that could be a bunch of different things. Either way, yeah, I hope, they said everybody was okay. There was no fuel on board. So it was definitely a dry dress rehearsal. So, could be software, could be a short. My guess is a short. That's really what I'm putting my money on. But if it was enough to get them to stand down from their test campaign completely. So, who knows? Someone forgot to denoise the sensor feed. Yeah, maybe. Someone left a comment in the line, run fairing check, that triggered another piece of code. Yeah, maybe. Is there a real payload inside? There's Vegemite. I'm going to go ahead and guess, Goalie, that it probably detached. The fairing probably popped. Could be an issue with what's called a click test dry run test, where someone didn't remove that from the autos. Early programs are frequently manually editing the auto software on the fly. That sounds like what Hibbit and what Aqualex are saying, dude. I have a delivery for a Baron. What is on your mind, Mr. Baron? Herr Baron? I mean, it's a common thing. Even SpaceX had a funny incident when 2 Blackjack DARPA satellites got deployed in the hangar. DARPA satellites damaged at processing facility as head of SpaceX launch. Whoops. I never heard about that. This week, almost anything can be blamed on solar flare activity. Yep. Wasn't Redstone the father to Atlas, or was it more like Minuteman? A Redstone rocket is the father of the Saturn V. Yeah, that's that rocket lineage. Saturn. So, the aggregate 4... the A4, which is the V2, that rocket, yeah, I mean, it'd be better if you just type V2. I call it the aggregate 4 because, yeah, that's what Von Braun, the guy that designed it, called it. No, I don't care what his boss thinks. I'm calling it the aggregate 4, right? Vengeance weapon. What a stupid name. No, this is my vengeance weapon. This is my vengeance weapon. Smells like bitch in here. Sorry. So the aggregate 4 is the father of the Saturn V rockets. Atlas, Minutemen, Titan, those are all other rockets that the U.S. was working on. Vanguard too, to an extent, but Vanguard was a piece of junk. Everybody knew that. So... AJ, for a while now, I've been noticing a weird kind of reverb on your microphone. Is there there's a robotic sound to it? Did you change your microphone stand or anything? I'm using a compressor, Slimbo. You want me to shut the compressor off? You're gonna hear the air conditioner in the background, but yeah. How's that, Slimbo? Is that better? Man, that thing's actually kind of loud. I had to flip the AC on. It started to get really hot in here. Oh yeah, that's it. It's because of the compressor. Because of the compressor, the AC is more obvious. No bass phase. Don't worry about it, bass phase. Or base phase. Yeah, so the V2 is the father of the Redstone rocket. The Redstone rocket is just an extended V2. It's a V2 with cylindrical longer tanks. That's all. So the V2 led to the PGM-111 Redstone. Yeah, dude, look, throttle vanes. They didn't have gimbal with these things. To get the rockets to have quote-unquote thrust vector control, they had control surfaces in the rocket plume. That was the solution. That's what Von Braun and his guys came up with. It's a noise getting in the compressor opening up. Yeah, okay. So the A4 came first, and then Redstone came right after that. PGM-111. Von Braun just basically continued his work. Yeah, basically just continued his work. I mean, to be honest, though, that's actually not a bad design. Like, you know, I get it. I get the repercussions of saying that. I understand. But it's actually not pretty damn good for 1943. That's pretty good. Considering it basically has a CAL controller for a guidance system. Yeah, alcohol and liquid oxygen, dude. I mean, alcohol. Yeah, from a technological point, Pascal, for sure, exactly. It's actually a really smart design. Really, that's it's pretty good, man. Swirl port injectors, dude. That is like time traveler stuff right there, man. For what it is, like, I must say. Oh, there's the Pinamunda test site.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Tally. So from there... Oh, that's... Yeah, no. Okay. Let's, yeah, so from there, you know, there's the bumper rocket. The bumper rocket is basically just captured V2s that the U.S. launched. The first bumper rocket was launched from Cape Canaveral in 1950, I believe. Yep, that's LC-1, Cape Canaveral. They literally put a missile on top of it to give it a second stage. Yeah, that's what a bumper is. Bumper's a two-stage vehicle. They just crudely pasted a missile, a rocket, like a solid rocket on the top, dude. Well, yikes, more fun tornado confirmation. Please be safe. It has swirl port injectors, dude. Did you not look? Lava, look. Look, dude, swirl ports. That's what it is, dude. That's light years. Dude, that is light year. Anybody, I mean, Lava, you know. Anybody that knows anything about fuel injectors, like, so, okay, what this is, so it's not the best idea, but it's pretty good. So, if you notice that has a bunch of, like, nodes on the top, right? Like, see all these little guys right there? So what Von Braun, essentially what happened here, if I'm understanding this correctly, is that they couldn't scale their injector plates. They had some trouble doing that. They really didn't know how to make a bigger injector plate. We didn't figure that out. Nobody figured that out until a little bit later. So Lava Eagle, what he did was he took a bunch of small injector plates, small swirl port injector plates, and just crudely pasted a bunch of them to the top, and made a bunch of smaller injector plates into a bigger injector plate. Think Saturn 1B. The Saturn 1B is made out of leftover Redstone and Jupiter and Juno tooling, right? They just clustered a bunch of fuel tanks together. That's Von Braun 101. The guy was playing Kerbal. I was playing Kerbal 80 plus years ago. Hey, Art. 26-month resub. Thank you. Good evening. So, yeah, see, every one of those is just a small swirl port injector. Raptor does use swirl ports. Raptor swirl ports do not look like that, though. I will tell you that. There's a cutaway of the engine right here. Look. Take a look, dude. Look. Those are swirl port injectors. That's crazy. That's crazy for what it is. It's just a bunch of small ones. Which interestingly would have helped with combustion instability. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a brute force way of solving that problem, Aqualex, right? But yeah, it's pretty good. Not like, that's what I mean. I think it's pretty good, dude. Yeah. Look. Come on, baby. Dude, look. Frickin' it's not exactly a swirl port injector, but it's close. Like, there was no name for this at the time, but you know, yeah, that's, man, that is like light years ahead of its time. It's pretty smart, man. Actually, that's not. It's close to a swirl port, but it's not exactly. These injectors are placed in the wrong direction. It's more, the swirl port would have the injectors placed radially like this so they could mix, right? Also, I hate strontium. That brings to mind we added strontium perchlorate into the nozzle of a solid rocket to create an uneven throttle input, which helps the rocket to gimbal. It's close. This is kind of a swirl port, but it's kind of not. The injector head, I guess, right here is not exactly swirling. It's close, but it's not. Even then, you know, the way it's impinging is actually pretty damn good. That's pretty smart for for the time. Anyway, so from the V2 or the A4, you had the PGM 111. Oof. Yeah, that didn't work. So you had the Redstone. From there, I was trying to think where I could go with it. From the Redstone, you had Jupiter, so the Jupiter C missile, and then Juno. And then after Juno, Saturn 1. Saturn 1, which, like I said, the Saturn 1 is just a bunch of Redstone, Jupiter, and Juno fuel tanks wrapped around each other, dudes. If you look at the first stage, it's just a bunch of fuel tanks. Yep. See? That looks like redstone, right? Because that's what it is. It's that fuel tank wrapped around a bigger core. So what this did, the darker tanks have RP1 in them, and the lighter tanks have liquid oxygen in them. And then in the center, you had two tanks here that are made out of the, I think it's Juno. There's a RP1 and LOX tank. So each one of these, right, fed an engine. Like the plumbing for the Saturn, actually, it's a little bit more complicated than that. But here, let me show you. The plumbing for the Saturn 1B is just, you did what? There you go. There you go. How's that? That's pretty neat. How's that? Did the AJ-10 fly on a Jupiter rocket? I am not sure. What's that on points? Oh, I've seen this. Yeah, I saw people show. That looks awfully familiar. Wonder what they're on about. Would have been cool if Saturn was a 2-launch architecture, so we could have done a week or more on the moon instead of 3 days max. We never let it get to that point. We never gave it the chance to do it, dude. Yeah, that's just a weird way of doing that. But anyway. So, from the Saturn 1, you got the Saturn 5. And then that's kind of where that anthology, or that, like, lineage kind of ends. But there are some parts of the Saturn 5 that carry on even to this day. Like the CSM, the Apollo CSM had an AJ-10 in it. Then the Space Shuttle had an AJ-10 for its OMS pods. And then Orion's European Service Module has an AJ-10. So Orion can trace its roots directly back to Apollo, which, I mean, I don't know. Some people don't like that. Some people think that's a great idea. People are going to disagree about it. Wouldn't you know? It's the internet. That happens. Yep. My favorite thing that can trace its lineage to the Apollo program is this. Here, let me show you. I don't know if you guys have seen this rocket before. Yep. Right there. Falcon 9 can trace its heritage right to a certain piece of Apollo hardware. The Lunar Module Descent Engine, the LMD for short, on the LEM. The descent motor, that thing right there. Used a style of injector plate, since we were talking about injector plates. It used a style of injector plate that uses a pintle for an injector. So it's a radial injector as opposed to an axial injector, right? So that pintle injector allows good throttle ability with the engine. Really good for landing things vertically on the surface of a planet or celestial body, as evidenced from this picture, right? Really good for that. Uh-oh. The Merlin engine can trace its roots directly to the lunar module, directly to the LEM. It uses a very similar type of injector for the similar type of throttle ability for landing. Weird, huh? Yep. That's my favorite bit. But anyway. Yeah, that's what's going on with Gilmore. Gilmore's payload fairing deployed, and yeah, a little bit of a dive into lineage of Redstone rockets. Yeah, methane. The LMDE was made by TRW. Guess who worked at TRW until he got poached to go work at SpaceX? Tom Mueller. Not a coincidence, man. The RS-25 can trace its roots to the J2. The RS-25 is a very, 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 very highly modified J2. Very, like, to the point where it might be its own thing, but it can trace its lineage to it. French companies are now doing the funny. You link this already. What is this? I got a lot of space news to get through. What? Can I trace my roots to Italy? Yeah, of course I can. Yeah, Rarest, that's right. What? What is this?
Discovery.
Hey, Battles,
no
11-month resub. I did. Why is the Falcon Heavy in their diagram shorter than a Falcon 9? Why is the Falcon Heavy so short? The Falcon Heavy should be up here somewhere. What? Yeah, why is SLS so damn small? Wait a minute, SLS should be up here somewhere. The SLS is not... oh. What are these guys? What do these guys do? Did they even pay attention to this? Like, what? Also, that, yeah, what, I don't, oh, expendable, reusable.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Yeah, the graphic isn't, yeah, okay, I get it. No, we gifted a sub to H-Star. So what are these guys up to? Franco-American Space Transportation Company, H-Star, is building a heavy-class rocket to launch global infrastructure to low Earth orbit. Its founder and CEO, Nick Ornstein, discusses their Australian plans ahead of the company's appearance at the Australian Space Summit. H-Star is a global collaboration for space access. We're a Franco-American company focused on cooperation, flexibility, and longevity. Our French team is building a heavy-class rocket launcher, while our U.S. team is developing an orbital shuttle for in-space transportation. Together, we create systems that can take satellites, cargo, and people to space. Okay? We're working with countries around the world to ensure global participation, hence the H in H-Star stands for humanity. One of our most exciting partnerships is with Space Centre Australia, a new launch site in Queensland. It's ideally located near the equator and provides an incredible opportunity for launching satellites and building a space ecosystem that Australians can be proud of. We're also non-dependent, which for us is a broader way to describe sovereign launch. That's not how that works at all. I'm a sovereign citizen! I'm a sovereign citizen! Leave me alone! Governments don't want to be dependent on other countries for launch, and commercial customers don't want to be dependent on a single rocket company as a monopoly to get to space. We provide flexibility because we're not a government. We're a commercial company acting as kind of a rocket diplomat, helping countries and companies bridge gaps and access space on their terms. That was a hell of a word salad. Talk us through these rockets. They're huge. We're creating what's called a heavy class rocket. Think of it like a jumbo jet for space. Just like aviation has small propeller planes, business jets, and jumbo jets, rocketry has similar scales. Many companies are building rockets that can carry a ton to orbit. These are your propeller planes. Others, like Falcon 9 or Ariane 6, can take around 20 tons, more like business jets. Our launcher is designed to carry up to 60 tons. Large satellites, space station modules, even people. That capacity opens the door to transformative infrastructure in Earth orbit. What the actual frick is this man talking about? That's not... I would not describe Falcon 9 as a business jet that flies into space, but, you know, Newton, 90-month resub, what do you think? Designing those must be incredibly difficult. How did you start? We came together as a team in 2022. Many of us worked at places such as SpaceX, NASA, and Thales Alenia. We've since developed the system architecture, confirmed the maths and science are accurate, and built a business plan. This year is when we begin building. We're tackling it in phases. First, focusing on enabling technologies that not only help us, but could also be licensed or sold to other companies. Okay, not a bad way to start. That's fine. We're acting as a systems integrator, working with subcontractors across Europe, and hopefully Australia too. There's a new global supply chain for rockets that didn't exist just a few years ago, which helps us move faster and cost effectively. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's not a bad way to go about that, but, alright. What drew you to work with Space Center Australia? There were several reasons. One was serendipity, of course, of meeting that team. I had already met with other Australian launch locations, but I immediately felt a camaraderie with SCA over the global vision of what we were doing as companies. Their site in Queensland is close to the equator, ideal for launch. And it's cleverly situated on land, which avoids environmental issues like launching immediately over the Great Barrier Reef. Australia is also a natural partner for us with strong ties to the US and the UK, and a growing focus on expanding Australia's space capabilities. We want to be a part of these government and commercial agreements and trade associations. Okay. Who are your potential customers? Investors? Possibly you! We see three main markets: satellites, cargo, and passengers. What kind of vehicle do you want to make? Oh, we see 3 main markets. I want to make trucks, cars, and buses. Those are the 3 main markets to identify. Yeah. Okay. What else is there? Why else are you launching a rocket into space other than satellites, cargo, and passengers? With satellites, there's a need to launch constellations, hundreds of satellites at once. Our heavy class rocket can carry more of them in fewer launches, saving time and money. We're also looking for infrastructure, fuel depots, space station modules, and orbital assembly. And once those are operational, we can resupply them with cargo and eventually crew. We're a transportation company focused on building the infrastructure of space on orbit. I mean, I'll be 100% honest with you. This would be like having an indie game development team of like 4 or 5 people and trying to make GTA 6. That, to be 100% honest, that's why I'm kind of spicy. I'd be very curious how you're going to scale and where you're getting your money from. This guy is not saying anything. He's not saying anything. Like, who are your potential customers? Okay, so like I said about asking cars a second ago, like, okay, you want to make cars. This answer here is like saying, okay, who is your potential customers for your car? And you answering, oh, the highway. That's where cars are. The highway is my customer. Like, what? What are you talking about, man? A 4 to 5 people indie game dev team sounds fun, though. Yeah, but you're not going to make GTA 6, right? A lot of companies are targeting smaller launchers. What makes you different? Heavy class rockets are rare. There are a number of other small and medium launchers, but right now the only other heavy launch player is Starship from SpaceX. Laughs in New Glenn. Has this man never heard of Blue Origin before, or like, one of our selling points is the ability to launch from multiple places in the world, and including and especially Australia. Another is our focus on Earth orbit infrastructure. While others are focused on the Moon or Mars, we're focused on Earth orbit. We're about space for Earth. Things that improve life down here. That is quite literally Blue Origin's mission statement. That is Blue's mission statement. You, like, almost to the point of plagiarizing. Like, what you just crudely lifted Blue Origin's mission statement and maybe they never heard of Blue Origin. How? There's a Blue Origin rocket in their damn comparison right next to theirs. What are you talking about, man? What is this? Qu'est-ce que c'est ça? What? I don't... Alright, I'm gonna keep reading. This is funny. So how did you personally get involved with H-Star? It started with a former mentor from SpaceX who introduced me to one of H-Star's co-founders. It was like forming a band with people you've jammed with before. I'd spent 6.5 years at SpaceX working on Crew Dragon and loved it. But my dreams started much earlier. When I was 5, I told my teacher I wanted to be an astronaut. I spent years doing engineering in other fields before realizing I had to go for it. So I went back to grad school, focused on astronautics, and worked closely with great NASA astronauts and helped engineer the first all-civilian orbital mission. Living my childhood dream, even if I haven't gone to space yet. As are so many others in the industry. Are you recruiting or looking for partners? Absolutely. This is a year of Australia for us with multiple visits. We're recruiting world-class people and subcontractors to help develop and build our spaceport location in Queensland. Hey, I was right. Oh wait, no, that's Gilmore. Anyway, I don't know, whatever. It's fine. And we're looking for launch customers who want to be the first Australians to launch heavy payloads from Australia. Guys, the only thing that's not like complete, like ridiculous is, what was the question? They're looking to license stuff first, acting as a systems integrator. That part makes sense, but with you're not making this. You're not going to make that without a couple $1 billion in funding. Yeah, that's not happening. So unless these guys are targeting some Series A funding, or they're targeting a licensable component that they can sell a lot of, you're not building that. I mean, obviously, they're not going to show us how the sausage is made, right? But licensing stuff and subcontracting out things is not a bad idea. That's a good way to do that, to be honest with you. That is a viable path to success. But you're going to need something. You're going to need... I mean, dude, you're building something. It's clearly made out of stainless, right? And it's as big as... We're talking about a 7-meter core diameter rocket here. That's almost as tall as Falcon 9. It's a little stubby, but... that is not going to be an easy thing to do. That's not going to be an easy thing to do at all. What do you mean they can't address all markets and space needs at once? Dude, that's the other thing. I knew this sounded familiar. We're looking at infrastructure, fuel depot, space station modules, and orbital assembly. And once those things are operational, we can resupply them with cargo and crew. We're a transportation company focused on building the infrastructure in space orbit. That's Blue Origin's vision statement. The other one is the mission statement. That is their vision statement. That is like that is what they're trying to do. Like those words, these exact sentences have came out of, or those exact words have come out of Jeff Bezos' mouth. Like exactly. Like what? I don't understand. Honestly, guys, I will say this, and once again, I'm not trying to be skeptical, okay? I will tell you this. It is an extremely poor business decision to try to build a heavy launch vehicle for your first launch vehicle. That is a very bad idea. Blue tried to do that. Yeah, New Glenn took a very long time. Hey, Andrew Holding. Why are some companies copying SpaceX instead of going their own unique route? I don't know, dude. But they are Australian. Oh, okay. So, Flamey end up? Just finishing up our science stream. Thought we'd hop over for some space. Right on, Andrew. That's cool. Thanks for rating me. SpaceX even failed with Falcon 1. Yeah, when you're starting from scratch, guys, you don't scale right to heavy unless you have deep pockets. Like Blue. Blue has deep pockets. So they could scale to a heavy launch vehicle. It took a little bit of time, but they did it. Jarvis, make me a super heavy rocket. Increase its size by 10%. Australia's a good choice. You just release the hold-down clamps and let the rocket fall down into space. It saves fuel. Right. Anyway. Speaking of starting smaller, here's something about Virgin Galactic. They actually gave us an update. We haven't heard much from them. Let's see what's going on in their neck of the woods. Yeah, Nikin, that's really what it is, right?
Hi, I'm Mike Mo.
Alright, I'm going to raid and run. Alright, Andrew. Good night. Yeah, it's getting late over there. Here, let me turn down Starbase Live. Let's see what Virgin Galactic's up to. Thank you for the raid, Andrew. I'll see you, buddy.
Hi, I'm Mike Moses,
What's up?
Spaceline President.
Whoa.
We've been hard at work these last few months building our spaceships. Let's dive right into our accomplishments in this episode of Galactic 10. Beginning at number 10. This past quarter, the oxidizer tank for our first spaceship completed acceptance testing. It is now being cleaned and ready for shipment to our spaceship factory. This tank stores the high-energy propellant used to power us to space. Number 9. The two most impressive assembly tools in our factory are now in place. Our giant wing-up vertical final assembly tool has been fully installed. This tower unit is where we attach and assemble all of the wing structures, part by part. The wing is then transferred to a separate wing-down horizontal assembly tool, which has also been fully installed in the factory. This wing-down tool is where we will join the wing to the fuselage, which will complete 2/3 of our spaceship.
That's awesome.
At number 8, 2 of the wing skins have arrived at our spaceship factory. These massive skins are the outer surfaces of the spaceship wing, created from our strong, heat-resistant BMI carbon composite to withstand repeated re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. The next set of wing skins are already being made in Carbon's Georgia facility and will soon be joining their counterparts in the factory. Coming in at number 7, you might remember last quarter I showed you the tooling we would use to lay up and create the cabin bulkhead parts. The first 2 parts have been made with those tools and are being prepped to ship to our spaceship factory. The dome-shaped parts are also referred to as pressure bulkheads because they cap the front and back ends of the pressurized spaceship cabin.
Nice.
Number 6. Speaking of the cabin, the massive assembly tools that will bring together the upper and lower fuselage have arrived.
I gotta
at the
make one of
spaceship
those for the
factory
Coronet.
and are in place. The carbon fiber parts that go into those assembly tools are moving through the layup and build at Carbon's facility. The lower fuselage skin is in work, and we expect the upper fuselage skin won't be far behind. Number 5. The spaceship's towering feather boom skins are now in layup at Bell's Manufacturing Technology Center in Texas. The boom skins are created with the same heat-resistant BMI carbon fiber as the rest of our spaceship. The boom is basically the tail of our spaceship, and once we reach space, the booms are raised using our feather mechanism. This is the most innovative feature of our spaceship. It's what gives the vehicle its unique capability to change its shape, which ensures safe, flight-proven, aerodynamically controlled re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere on a repeated basis. We are headed into the final stretch at number 4. Our test engineers have completed functional testing and are starting vibration testing of the various core valve designs that we use on our spaceship. These tests are designed to push our systems to their limit, going beyond what is expected of them during a spaceflight. Once we complete vibration testing, we'll be ready to test how they function in the extreme hot and cold temperatures of space. At number 3, let's take a look at our progress on mechanical systems. Our spaceship landing gear is 95% complete, having been assembled out of dozens of individual components. The first production set should be ready soon for acceptance testing in our Ironbird test rig, and then on to delivery at the spaceship factory. Ground testing of other key mechanical systems is already underway, and the remaining systems are scheduled to begin testing this summer. At number 2, we've made big progress performing software and systems testing for our avionics. Avionics play a big role in our spaceship and in our mission profile.
Nice.
They connect with every system on the ship to give the pilots the information and control that they need to safely operate throughout the mission. The tests we do in our lab allow us to rigorously refine the software and the hardware for our new ships well before their first flight. All of this testing provides us with the data and knowledge designed to keep our ships safe, as well as allowing for a very efficient flight test program. Finally, at number 1, our pilots have been hands-on with the new flight control system in our flight simulator. We have a group of the world's best test pilots who are expert engineers in their own right. Our flight controls have been updated in our new ship, so to test and tune the system, our pilots will fly hundreds of incredibly accurate spaceflight simulations
that's cool.
to finalize the design and handling qualities of the ship well before the first flight takes place.
This is Virgin Galactic
When you
element.
fly to space with Virgin Galactic, our incredible pilots will be the ones to get you there and back safely. As you can see, we are full steam ahead, building and preparing our spaceships. I can't wait to see the ship and crew take flight. Be sure to follow along and watch this space for our next Galactic 10 update.
That's actually super cool. The hardware speaks volumes, dude. Hardware speaks volumes, dude. Some of those fixtures were that's pretty good, man. Oh, that's pretty good, man. Oh, look at that fixture, man. That is some nice stuff, man. We gotta make a frame jig. I want to make the damn frame jig, dude. I don't have the money to, but I want to make the damn frame jig. Is this a new type of ship? They Virgin Galactic. We haven't heard much from them lately because their Block 1 ship was not adequate. Block 1 of Spaceship 2 was not. They basically stopped and said we got to redesign it. No, these are jigs to assemble the vehicle. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's nice. Hang on. Yeah, they're, oh, come on. You have a welder. Suppose the Coronet will fit on that fixture? Yeah, maybe. Oh, dude, we gotta make that. Dude, making something like this would be pretty sick. See that? See, they have all the feet for it are on threads, so you can level it. So if you have an unlevel floor, you don't have to worry about that. We gotta do that. Didn't they also get in trouble for leaving the launch corridor? Yeah, to an extent. Ah, man, I'd love to make something like that, man. Oh, that fixture is badass, dude. Then you can you name them Bumblebee and Crew Cab Charger for sale. Then you could straight up name them Bumblebee and Crew Cab Charger for sale. I don't understand. We could do it. We just need the moolah. Yeah. 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 Yep. That's a big fixture. Yeah. We wouldn't need, I don't think we'd need one this beefy for the Dodge. Ooh. Oh, yeah, see, so this is basically, these are mounts to put the ship together. We've been dealing with this kind of thing with the Coronet here for some time. Oh, that's so freaking cool, dude. Look at that thing. So you'd assemble a piece of the vehicle, or you'd assemble a sub-assembly on it. Yeah, that's what it looks like with the assembly on that fixture. Adjustable jack posts on Amazon run for pretty cheap. Some can hold crazy weights. Mm-hmm. Actually, yeah, Geek, what I was thinking is instead of like a, just a captive nut and a screw, right? You get a bunch of screwed jacks, right? And then you could use that to really, really dial it in. Screw jacks are very precise, but then again, that's just a screw jack on its side, so. Like engine mounts, but for manufacturing airplanes, right? Manufacturing spaceships, big dog, but yeah. Guys, I'm going to turn the compressor back on. I want the compressor back on. Yeah, that's really cool. Super neat. Carbon composite stuff, I don't mind as much. It's a mandrel. That's to make that fuselage. So that fuselage piece, when they're done doing this, goes on the jig. It'll go on that jig for assembly. This is gonna make you're making the fuselage for the vehicle. Yep, BMI carbon composite. Yeah, those fuselage, the jig for the fuselage carries this piece up here. That's super cool, man. Really, actually, a pretty good meaty update from Virgin Galactic there. That's pretty awesome. Yeah, pretty good, dude. There's a lot of good stuff in there. Do they lay those carbon fiber sheets and then epoxy over them? Yeah, kind of like fiberglass, but kind of not, but kind of like fiberglass, yes. All right. So, Phil, you linked up this. What do you got? The FAA is still working to clear SpaceX for the Starship Flight 9 mission, which could come as early as next week. It would be preceded by a presentation by Elon at Starbase. Yep. Guys, the SpaceX wouldn't be targeting next week if they weren't ready to go. The FAA, or they weren't going to do it, you know. But Elon is going to give us an update, a live streaming update from Starbase, which is pretty cool. Pretty about that life. Anyway, we got an update here from Maxer. Check this out. Check it out. The SXM-10 satellite is successfully shipped to the launch base, ready for its upcoming launch aboard a Falcon 9 rocket from the Kennedy Space Center. The latest satellite marks another milestone in our over 2-decade partnership with SiriusXM, supporting the continued evolution of the satellite radio network. There you go. That's a XM satellite radio satellite. Did any of you see the Starbase workplace stuff? Yep. People still use that? Hey, I think satellite radio is pretty good, man. Just saying. Brings back memories, yeah. I mean, fellas, I still listen to the radio, like frequency modulation, when I'm in the car. Is that bad? I don't really feel like paying, for listening to music in the car. You listen to the AM radio. Yeah, dude, what the heck? What's wrong with the radio? There's nothing wrong with the radio. It's free. The radio is free. You don't understand. You just turn it on and you listen to music for free. You don't have to pay a subscription. You don't have to have an account. You don't have to do any of that garbage. You just turn it on and there's music. It's pretty good, dude. It's a pretty good design. Free with ads. Whatever. Actually, it's funny because nowadays radio is fading into irrelevancy, so they play more music. They play a lot more music than they used to. If you really want to know, at least my local rock station does. They play a lot more music. Try and get people to listen. So there are ads, but yeah, dude, it's not nearly as bad. See, I have a problem with subscription stuff that has ads too, because that's double dipping. Like, why pay for cable when you're going to get ads from the stations that the cable network provides? That's double dipping. That's bullcrap. You don't get that with radio. I get it. People got to make money. I'm happy with frequency modulation. That's fine. I hate cable. I know you get 3 minutes of ads too. TV is... Every once in a while, Graham, I'll flip the television on to watch sports or something. And watch kind of like regular television. Oh my God. It's awful. I can't stand it. It's so bad. It's gotten so bad. Every single commercial is a commercial for drugs. Every single one of them. Yeah, I know, Aqualex. It's bullcrap. The second, like, we became okay with paying for a service that had ads in it is dumb. Watching IndyCar is unbearable. Dude, it's so bad. Ugh. Anyway. I like the radio. I get it. The radio needs ads. The music is free, and it's free, and you don't need a subscription service. You just turn a knob, and you're good to go. And the side effects are out of this world. Yeah, well, side effects include, in some very, very isolated cases, death. Talk to your doctor about it, young food. It'll be great. NFL is, dude, it's so, yeah, football is awful. NASCAR is so bad, dude. It's so, like, the ads. They always take an ad break. They never do ad breaks where, like, at the times in the race that are boring. Okay? They always go split box or ads, and then someone crashes. When are those pharmaceutical commercials going to get banned? I don't know why you're seeing commercials for prescription drugs. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I'm sorry. So Black CJ came out for a second. Anyway. So this next one's coming from Marcia Smith, who's echoing what Christian Davenport said. I asked the FAA about the status of the IFT-8 mishap investigation. The answer is that SpaceX hasn't submitted its report yet. The FAA is overseeing the SpaceX-led mishap investigation for Starship Flight 8. SpaceX has not yet submitted its report. Interesting. I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's probably going to get submitted pretty soon, based off of what I saw here. We are, Geek, and it's stupid. They will stop showing the race entirely for an ad? That's correct. Read today that YouTube will play ads at viewer peaks in a video. Even YouTube has gotten out of control, man. Now, granted, YouTube is free, but it's on the television. It's like 5 or 6 ads, like I don't know, a minute ad break, unskippable. I'm just like, this is awful. They play ads for premium too. Read previous. What's up? This information is old. The report has been submitted. That Davenport Post said it. Oh, okay. That's good. Good. All right. Why is the Starship issue reminding me of the 737 issue that took 3 accidents to solve? Correlation does not equal causation, outdoorsman. These are 2 different problems to solve from 2 different engineering constructs. What happened with the 737 would be like SpaceX saying, oh yeah, Starship is fully operational. We're good to go. Let's start doing missions, and then it blows up. But that's not what's going on. These are test flights. Even the next flight, FT9 or Flight Test 9. It's right in the name. It's not really correlative here, but I mean, just personal opinion. My kids have worked out how to skip YouTube ads on the television. Nice, see for you. They're testing premium with ads in some areas. Don Henley, Dirty Laundry, drummer for the Eagles. And the bubble-headed baseball comes on at 5. She can tell you about the plane crash with a gleam in your eye. Yeah, it's a good song, man. I make my living off the evening news. Just give me something I can use. Will you be streaming Flight 9? Yeah, I'll stream Flight 9 here. I'm not going down for this one. It's too close to... I'm in a wedding that's like a couple of days from the launch. And the last time, I was like, okay, I could go down there for like 1 or 2 days and then immediately fly back. The last time I said I was going to go down to Brownsville for 1 or 2 days, I ended up spending 2 weeks there. So, I'm not taking the chance this time. What song is that? It's called Dirty Laundry. Kick 'em when they're up, kick 'em when they're down. Kick 'em when they're up, kick 'em when they're down. It's a good song, dude. Still relevant today. Can't just crash at Jack's place? Well, of course I could, Chevelle, but there's that whole wedding thing. Do you actually fly into Brownsville? Yes. You're old as heck. What? So? Older music is better, Graham. Compared to the slop you guys like. It's terrible. Didn't know there was an airport there. There's 3 airports that are within reasonable driving distance to Brownsville, SVO. Actually, 2. There's Harlingen and there's Brownsville. What's wrong with Skibbity Toilet? Skibbity Toilet is one of those... Skibbity Toilet represents a personal kind of turning point for me. You know, everybody's like, oh, Skibbity Toilet's a funny thing to do, right? I went and watched it. I'm like expecting like a funny meme, and I actually didn't understand what the hell this was. I'm like, that's Gary's mod, I think. And it was the first like new thing that I was just like, yeah, I don't know what the hell this means. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Boomer take. There's some bad old music too. Survivor's Bias. Yeah, that's false. That's false. There was way better quality of music back in the day. Yeah, that's not right. You're not gonna ball here. Be quiet. Yeah, that was the Skibbity Toilet was one of the first things that I looked at, and I was like, I don't. Is this funny or not? I can't tell. Anyway, I'm using the 737 as a correlation. If this flight test succeeds, where they found the issue, then fixed it till there was no issue. Outdoorsman, it doesn't. I guess if you want to think about it like that, you can, but I wouldn't think about it like that. It's just modern day YouTube poop. Yeah. If a company launched a rocket in the U.S. without a launch license, would it be shot down? No, it wouldn't be shot down, but yeah, the feds would get very angry. People had to actually know some music theory or play an instrument to have a song played back in the day, which isn't the case today. And that's not to say, Entropy, that there isn't good music today. There is good music. Good music is out there. It exists. You just got to go find it. It's just a little bit harder to find the good stuff, but it's there. Dude, yeah. There was a... I mean, dude, you... Like, okay, let's... like, even listen to Metallica. Metallica's amazing. Like, there's no Metallica nowadays. There's no band like that. There's no band like the Beatles. There's no band like Zeppelin. There's no band like Hendrix. People aren't doing that type of stuff. Where's our Nirvana? I still see kids walking around with Nirvana shirts on. You know that band is like classic rock at this point, right? Like it's like 91, 92. That was a long time ago. Kendrick Lamar halftime show, biggest to date ever. Dude, that song sucked. It was terrible. The calling out Drake thing was kind of funny. Don't get me wrong. I'm informed about this. I understand the beef that's going on there. That song sucked. Greta Van Fleet is the closest to the old stuff. GVF's good. I like those guys. Yeah, absolutely. Why are you attacking my choice of music? I'm not. Yeah, 1992 was 10 years ago, all systems, absolutely. The Katy Perry halftime show was better. Oh, guys, I'll introduce you to some good music, man. If I could, but they won't let me. Check out Dirty Laundry. Dirty Laundry is a good song. Very relevant if you think about it in the context of social media. It's an amazing song. Bro, Nirvana's everywhere, and 30 years later, it still sucks. Dude, Dude, I'm not the biggest Nirvana fan around, to be honest with you. I'm not the biggest. I always thought Alice in Chains was better grunge, all right? Screw me, right? Like, sorry. Sorry, I know I'm going to get grilled for that one. I have an RV, no. How'd music take? The Beatles are a fine band. Super duper gig overrated. I'm not a big Beatles fan, to be honest with you, Grab Shark, but the contribution to like a 4-piece rock outfit is undeniable. The music is good. I always liked the Beach Boys or Led Zeppelin better. Sorry. Yeah, they come to snuff the rooster. Yeah. Soundgarden, yeah. Hell yeah. The Doors were better? The Doors were good, man. I liked the Doors a lot. Nirvana had some good tunes, but they're overrated. You have no taste. I like Green Day. American Idiot is kind of where they lost me. I'm just like, all right. Top 2 overrated bands, Nirvana and Guns N' Roses. You know, Artyom, you know, going back to talking about the local radio station, dude. Like, my local radio station just has this thing about playing Guns N' Roses ballads, and I hate ballads. I can't stand them. Like, I'm like, please play Appetite for Destruction, and they're like, I just need a little patience when you're taking a dump. It's like, okay, I hate this. This is awful. Shut it off. Steel Panther's awesome. Hard agree. American Idiot was mediocre at best. Dookie and Nimrod are fantastic, though. Those are great. Those are great. That's my youth. That's Summer Car era, which is pretty good. Like, the Guns N' Roses power ballads that they ended up doing, like, in the 90s are so bad. They're just, I'm just like, okay. Sorry for the random question, but super curious about the status of Starship reentry over Mexico. It's going to take some time, Alex, for them to get that right. They need more data on entry, descent, and landing. We're not going to see one fly over land to try and get back to Starbase soon. Like, that's probably not going to happen on Flight 9 and Flight 10. So Flight 9 will probably if it works, it'll probably do the suborbital test that they've been trying to do for Flight 7 and Flight 8. And if that is like totally successful, Flight 10 will probably get to orbit and then re-enter in a spot that's not near a populated area. They need more data on entry, descent, and landing. EDL for short. Basically, they're not going to re-enter that thing over land where it could crash and land on people. They're not going to do that until they can prove that they can do it without it like crashing into a house or something. You slept on Limp Bizkit? I like Limp Bizkit. Limp Bizkit's all right. I mean, I want to be an American Idiot overlaid on dirt bikes doing backflips goes pretty hard. Yeah. So yeah, Alex, it's going to take a second. Ozzy stuck his hand in too many bands and ruined it with his overuse of auto-tune. Nirvana was great for the time. Metallica's great. Fleetwood Mac is confusing. I like Fleetwood Mac, man. The Doors were so much better than anything else. Not many understood at the time. The Doors were real, dude. Jim Morrison. Pretty good stuff. What about Motley Crue? I like Motley Crue. Yeah. Graham, I listen to 80s rock. That's what I find myself listening to the most. So like Iron Maiden, Priest, Rat. Listen to a lot of Rat lately. Crue. Listen to some Cult too. Cult's pretty good. Def Leppard, absolutely, man. Pyromania is a fantastic album. AC/DC. Van Halen is one of my top five favorite bands all time. Rising. Tried Mudvayne, negative. Rush, absolutely. Yep. Quiet Riot, yes. 38 Special, yes. Skid Row, Skid Row's okay. Pantera, yes. Queen, absolutely. So you don't believe Starship Flight 10 will have a catch attempt? I don't think so, Trey. No. Skinner, Skinner's 70s, but yeah, I love Skinner, man. Boston, come on. Of course. Daft Punk is not 80s metal, but yeah. I like Daft Punk. Daft Punk's pretty good. I like all... Dude, guys, I'm not just one of those dudes that's just like, I like classic rock, everything else sucks. I'm telling you, the quality of music has gone down, and that's not a boomer take at all. It absolutely has. But there is new music that I like. Daft Punk's awesome. Great band. Yeah. I actually like Nero, which is not new at this point, but it was new at one time. I liked that music when it came out. Nero's a dubstep band. Pretty good. Music died the day Jim Morrison died. Hard to disagree. How about Travis Scott? Yeah. Clapton's awesome. Yeah, absolutely. Define quality in your opinion. Do you want an empirical thing about quality of music, or do you want my personal taste? George Thorogood's awesome, dude. Yeah, you should listen to John Lee Hooker. A lot of his songs are covers of John Lee Hooker songs. Classic Motown, dude. Well, not really Motown. It's more blues. ZZ Top's awesome. Yep. Personal taste. Thoughts on Linkin Park? I don't mind Linkin Park. I didn't really listen to him too much. So, okay. From an empirical standpoint, guys, like, there's production quality of music. And production quality of music is not bad, but you got to remember that mixing music back in the day, like, okay, so let's take Led Zeppelin. All right, you guys want to know what made Led Zeppelin so damn good? Jimmy Page produced all the music, too. He wrote and produced all the music. That's like starring in a movie and also directing it at the same time. Not an easy thing to do. But if you listen to Led Zeppelin 1, right, and then you compare it to another song that came out in 1968, Led Zeppelin 1 is on a different level because of the production quality. That's really, really important to understand. Another good band that does this is Boston. So Tom Schultz was a mechanical, or he was an engineer, a mechanical engineer from MIT. He made, in the 70s, he made a sound recording studio in his basement, and he engineered the equipment himself. If you go and listen to Boston, the production quality of like the Boston's debut album is just as good as any album today. But it was made in 1975, which is nuts. Right? Another band that focuses a lot on production is The Who. Pete Townsend did a lot of the mixing. Yeah. The Beatles not so much, but if we're talking empirical, like I find that bands that have some of the musicians also doing the production usually end up really good. Van Halen's another good example. I mean, Eddie was just a savant. That guy could play anything. Like it could be a freaking harp and he'd be amazing at it. But he's more virtuoso than anything. Like he could play whatever. He didn't really work on production too much, but Queen, Freddie Mercury was obsessed. And I've seen plenty of documentaries on this because I like music. Freddie was obsessed with he was like anal retentive in the production studio to get the sound just right. Like just right. U2's okay. I do have a boomer view of U2. I really don't like anything past 1992. Like Octane Baby is pretty much where it stops for me. Like, Queen is so very underrated. Yeah. Yes is amazing. Steve Howe is one of the most underrated guitarists I think of all time, QWQ. Starship Trooper is an amazing song, dude. You're just stubborn, so stubborn. I have very particular taste with music. I'm not going to apologize to it. I'm not going to apologize for it. Muse, I haven't listened to much Muse, to be honest with you. Space Oddity is okay. Home Planet. Bowie's a... See, I personally am not the biggest David Bowie fan. I really am not, but I'm not going to say he's not a bad musician. He's damn good. One of the best. But I just don't find myself listening to his music. If you guys want to listen to a crazy song from Yes, listen to Yours Is No Disgrace. There's a lot going on. A lot going on. A lot of music, a lot of tones going on. Those are the kind of songs that I actually really enjoy. I enjoy, like, if we're going to talk music theory, I enjoy harmonies in songs. So, like, if you have a lot of different sounds and tones being all mixed together and it all fits together like a really nice puzzle, I find that the music is very easy to listen to, and it's really fun to listen to. Roll for initiative. Piss off. I'm talking about music. Yes has insanely complicated songs on every instrument. Yeah, Yes is... Queen Guitar Man. Brian May later got a doctorate in astrophysics. Brian May also engineered his own guitar. Him and his dad built that guitar that made that Queen sound. Dudes. Yep. Rush is ridiculous. Rush is on another level. Those guys are virtuosos, man. Rush is what happens when a bunch of nerds start playing music. That's what happens. Same with Boston, for what it's worth. Have you ever listened to Interpol? No. You mean the amp? No, he built his guitar. Maybe probably the amp too. I don't mean, yeah, but yeah. I'm serious, dudes. Listen to some of this old music. It is wild. Like, okay, if we're gonna get like super, like we talked about like empirical music and stuff, right? Opinion of Tool's drummer here. Tool doesn't do it for me, Hellfish. I tried to get into it. It just doesn't do it for me. Once again, not bad. Not amazing. Just doesn't do. I don't know what it is. Eddie Van Halen also built his own guitar too. Yeah, and so did Jack White, for what it's worth. Guys, yeah, songs that I like usually are technically complex to play, but I don't know. It's just about the sound. The sounds and the tones and the composition of the piece is really what does it for me. Like, there's dubstep that I listen to. I love synthwave. Synthwave is fantastic. You know, it's not that I just like, oh, I like old music and only old music. I like all kinds of music. Michael Jackson's amazing. Yeah, he's amazing. Thriller is an amazing song. You know, Talking Heads is good. Yeah. Let's pivot this to space. What song would you want to wake up into in a Dragon capsule? Us and Them by Pink Floyd. Bosstones, yeah, absolutely. If you like technical music, I'd send you a couple metal songs. Yeah, it grabs, like, that's the thing, dude. I say that I like technically complicated music compositions, but also at the same time, there's like some kind of gray area there where if it's just like fast picking or it just sounds like a lot going on, like Dragon Force or something, like that doesn't do it. That doesn't do it for me at all. Dream Theater is in my playlist. Yes, absolutely. What about this one? Well, I can't listen to it on stream, dude. Planet Caravan would be a good one. From Black Sabbath. Ever listen to Hailstorm? Negative. Chicago was good, yeah. Spirit in the Sky on a battery cassette player floating around in the cabin. Nice. You just saying rap, rock, dub, synth, R&B, country. I'll listen to most anything. Yeah, Mutter. There's. I'll end this. We'll get back into space news, dudes, here in a second. I didn't expect the music thing to take a turn. So, when I like a song, okay, I've told you guys like what I'm looking for, like with different bits of music, but this is gonna sound so strange, but I like songs that I can pick that paint a picture. That paint a picture in your head. It doesn't have to necessarily be a picture in your head of what the song is talking about, for instance. Like, YYZ is an instrumental. Like, there's no lyrics in that piece, but you kind of understand the vibe of what's going on here. Something weird is going on. There's stuff crashing, and it's enough to paint a picture of something in your head, like a mental image, right? So songs that evoke emotion, yeah, more or less, or passion or whatever. I have the net update. We already shared it. 2112. Attention, all planets of the Solar Federation. We have assumed control. You good, man? Yeah. Lunatic Fringe is a great song, dude. The passionate music. I don't know. It's just certain music I find very moving to me. And I don't really understand why I like certain songs over others. Like, there's ways to... How you're introduced to it has a lot to do with it, dude. 5150. That's why I love John Williams' film score so much. Dude, exactly. That is exactly what I'm talking about. You could listen to The Asteroid Field, which is one of my favorite compositions from John Williams. So it's like, it's The Empire Strikes Back when they're flying through the asteroid field. Na 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 dum 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 ba dum ba ba. Dude, that is such a good song, man. I love that piece. That's like one of my all-time favorites. I see the KSP Collins shuttle during countdown. Yep. Lana Del Rey got me walking through Tokyo at night. Oh, yeah, fish. There you go. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, where you feel the music, I guess. It sounds so stupid. It's like, but that's it, man. Like, certain songs speak to you for some reason. I don't know what it is. Oh, that's cool, Fluffy. Nice, man. That and I listen to music every day, guys. I make it a thing in the morning to listen to 2 or 3 songs. Flight 9 is go. Yeah, baby. Unless that Davenport thing that Steve relinked is something new. Yeah. No, that's what we saw before. But yeah, it's The Dream of Flight. Oh, cool. Neat. I'll listen. I can't listen to any of this on stream, guys, but yeah, maybe later. Blue Oyster Cult's an awesome song. Yeah. I listen to music at work. It really makes the day. Yeah. I would, Jonas, I would be listening to music. We'd blast all kinds of stuff on here, but we can't do that because. Speaking of Star Wars, if this has to do with Andor, I'm not touching it. I don't even know what that says, and I don't want to know. I haven't finished it yet. T-Man, can you give me a source on that Flight 9 being go, please? Andor's awesome. That's where, yeah. Fantastic. Started listening with headphones on. Yep. Don't skip the end credits of the finale. Okay. Don't talk about Andor anymore. But anyway, yeah, guys, I listen to music. What did I listen to today? Hold on, let me show you. Just in case, I mean, if anybody cares. Like, The last song I listened to was The Chain from Fleetwood Mac, You're in Love by Rat, and She Sells Sanctuary from The Cult. Those are the 3 songs I listened to today. They're kind of all over the place in terms of like eras and stuff, but hey, whatever. Interesting, Sandman. Three good songs, but Mac wins the gold medal. Yep. Anyway. All right. Back to space news. That was a little bit of a music review there. The Doors give a feeling of a strange and ethereal night. Dude, the Doors definitely paint pictures in your head, whether you like it or not. They're, yeah, just wild piece of music. Wild composition. Like, just... Yeah. I mean, but it depends on the album, mess. You know, you're going to listen to the Doors in 1967. That's different than the Doors in 1970. Those are 2 different things. The chain bass solo is one of the first things you learn on bass. Nice. Anyway, all right, check this out. Rocket Lab, around the world in 60 days, 900 orbits, 24.5 million miles traveled, our 3rd successful re-entry mission. Rocket Lab's Pioneer spacecraft has released Varda Space's capsule safely back to Earth, landing at the Chuniba? Landing in South Australia. Another re-entry. Look at that. Cool. Varda's bringing down more re-entry vehicles. That's pretty sweet. In the Evening is an awesome song, J-Speed. Collect your junk from my country, mate. Yeah, no, we're just going to leave it there. We're just going to leave it there. You're going to give us a ticket and we're going to say, yeah, nah. Yeah, nah, mate. Yeah, nah, we're not doing that. Just going to leave it there. Just going to... No. It'll be fine right there. We don't need to touch it. That's cool, though. You know, that H-Star thing we were looking at, that guy was talking about bridging out and licensing things and stuff. Well, Rocket Lab's actually doing that. That's what they're doing. They're becoming a supplier, licensing their technologies and stuff and using it to leverage other companies. That's what I mean about the seeds being laid for a cottage industry for commercial space, which is pretty good, man. That's pretty sweet. Oh, nice, Jacka. There you go. This thing has an offset center of mass or a very precise orbit. There's no guidance on this thing, Erudite. The deorbit vehicle is what put it on its... Yeah, this thing is just ballistic. LA woman paints LA in the early 70s pretty well. Correct. That's what I mean, dude. The music has to generate, like... If you sit there and close your eyes, it's like in Futurama. You know, you guys know the instrument that, if you ever watch Futurama, the instrument that Fry tries to play that paints pictures, right? That, but just up here. That's how I find good music. If I can sit there, close my eyes and listen to it, if just a picture pops into my head, there you go. That's how I find good music. The holophoner. That's it, man. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, a little bit of an update here from NASA. Norway has signed the Artemis Accords, so that puts... This is all the countries that have signed the Artemis Accords, which is... this is basically setting the criteria for lunar exploration to make sure that no one person claims the moon. That makes not liking at least some tool a lot weirder. I've never sat down and really actually gotten to sat down and listened to it, but that's That's probably why. Some of their songs that I listen to, just doesn't do it for me. Funny that it's called the Artemis Accords when Artemis is on the chopping block. We'll see what happens. Once again, Kelly, remember. All right, I'll say this. The proposed budget cancels the Artemis program after Artemis 3, but doesn't really say what it's going to do after that. It could cancel and refactor the contracts. It's possible. USA flag is on it. It's ours. It would have been funnier if Norway annexed the moon. What? Okay. All right. So we got an update from a company in Canada called Nordspace. Nordspace is going orbital. We've completed our first in-house manufactured orbital scale Pathfinder tank for Tundra. As we near the end of our experimental flight program this year to prove our core capabilities with the launch of Taiga from our spaceport, Canada. More of our team is transitioning to our orbital program every week to rapidly build and launch Tundra, Canada's first orbital-class rocket, which is good for Canada and therefore the world. The tank was meticulously manufactured to test our spinning, forming, rolling, welding, assembly, and transportation techniques. Many lessons were learned as we prepare for our next iteration of larger and more refined tanks that will be used in our propulsion test, buddy. By leveraging conventional materials and advanced manufacturing techniques coupled with high-performance liquid propulsion delivered by our proprietary Hadfield engines, we further demonstrate our commitment to building a real capability that not only reaches orbit in record time, but can scale to larger vehicles in the 2030s. Okay. For the first time in Canada's history, Nordspace will unlock sovereign access to space and build our nation into a true spacefaring one. We'll put Canada on a path to compete on the global stage, strengthen our national security and defense capabilities, and support our domestic commercial space sector, and save billions of taxpayer dollars, guy. You should be using the EJ Canada program that I made for you. That's right, buddy. I'm not your buddy guy. I'm not your guy, friend. Vertical integration and a first principles approach are key to the rapid ascent of Nordspace. Over the last 3 years since Nordspace was founded, we've brought in-house and gained a unique mastery over a wide array of advanced manufacturing processes ranging from metal 3D printing to precision welding. Keep your eyes on the skies. Before you know it, Canada will be launching to space, and a whole new chapter of our nation's story in space will finally begin. And that's a good day for Canada, and therefore the world. He MIG welded the tank by hand. All right. TIG, that's not a TIG welder, buddy. Hey, wait a minute. Hold on a second there, guy. Creation, hold your poutine for a second there, buddy, will you? What's he got down here? That looks like a 180i. Actually, no, that's not a 180i. Nope. That's close to my welder, but not exactly. I learned kind of how to MIG weld at university. It's not easy. Yeah. The automotive streams next week are going to have a lot of welding. A lot of welding. I gotta buy that metal brake. The metal brake should be able to make that easier. They wouldn't be using a 180 for production, I don't think. Why not? You can plug the 180 into a 240 plug, dude, and go to town. But yeah, it's most likely a bigger one. But that doesn't look like that big of a box either. It's not rod-based TIG. Neat. Duty cycle. Nah. You're full of duty. You know that? Anyway, here's an update from Blue. Let's see what we got here. Rocket engines are core to our mission, and we continue to increase production rates. Go behind the scenes with Michael Zhu. Zhu, a manufacturing process engineer whose work developing and optimizing critical welding processes for our B3U and B4 turbo machinery and tube assemblies has helped making this happen. Together, we are building a road for space to the benefit of Earth. Oh, geez. That's just like those guys at H-Star, right? See? That's just that, man, they're copying Humanity Star, H-Star, that new company that existed. That you had to be here earlier for space news.
In a fast-paced environment with cutting-edge space hardware is truly a dream job. I'm responsible for developing and optimizing the welding processes for B4 and B3U turbo machinery and tube assemblies. I'm really proud to say that we've steadily increased engine production rate through process improvement and engineering support.
Why does he need subtitles?
Which means getting engines to the test stand much faster. Big picture, it's about driving technological advancement that will improve life on Earth and increase our understanding of neighboring planets. My name is Michael Xu, Manufacturing Process Engineer at Blue Origin, and together we are building a road to space for the benefit of Earth.
Oh, why do you have subtitles? I can't understand you. I don't understand why they did Michael like that. I was listening to him and I was like, wait, subtitles? Wait a minute. What? I can't wait. Why does he not have subtitles? I speak perfect English. I studied English at the bloody American Embassy in Cairo. Why do I have subtitles? Oh, what? I can't understand you. Let's just normalize subtitles. They help more often than you think. Yeah, I'd be cool with that if, you know, Blue did that for every single video, but that's the only one. Why is that the only one? That's weird. Oh, you found it. What? I can't understand you.
Once a stronghold of forces loyal to captured dictator Saddam Hussein, the city of Tikrit, here in northern Iraq, is now firmly under the control of American forces. Or is it? These members of the Iraqi resistance movement, still loyal to Saddam Hussein, think otherwise.
Also, that dude's flagging the reporter pretty badly. You probably shouldn't hold it with the barrel pointing at, like, her neck. Man.
The Americans tell lies. Each day our forces grow stronger. Each day we move closer to our goal of driving the infidel... What are they?
Nothing, carry on.
Driving the infidels from our motherland. We are not afraid to... Are they subtitles? They are, aren't they?
No.
Well, what do I need subtitles for? Can't you understand what I'm saying? I studied English at the bloody American University in Cairo.
Well, obviously I can understand what you're saying,
Oh,
but...
you see how they condescend to us, the subtitles.
Oh, maybe it's teletext, you know, for the hearing impaired.
Teletext?
No, a lot of TVs come with teletext nowadays.
Wait, say something again.
My friend has an 80-something...
Hey, how come he doesn't need subtitles?
Well, obviously he's comprehensible.
No, and I'm not.
Look, if you...
I speak perfect English. She sells seashells by the seashore. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. Round the ragged rocks, Oh!
The situation remains as dangerous and volatile as ever here in northern Iraq. While the rebuilding continued.
What? I can't understand you speak English. I'm wearing your subtitles now. Oh, you think you're so good? Look at me. I got the subtitles.
Carry down.
Shut up!
Iraq.
Shut up!
Sorry, I saw that and I could. More space news. All right. Here, let's see if there's anything interesting in this blue video. Like, did they show anything cool? All right. Oh, pipes. Laughing pipes. Cool. That guy's tigging. He's TIG welding. Ah, what the hell is that? Look at that, dudes. All made in Taiwan. Jeez. Yeah. Interesting. That buddy's TIG welding there. Uh-huh. Dial indicator. Oh, copper jacket, dude. See that? See the copper jacket? For cooling. You see that? That's the part that burns off if you run engine rich. The more you know. Oh, nice, dude. That's cool. Hey, nice part. Guy's doing a lot more TIG welding there. That's a developmental B4. See all the instrumentation that's on it? Hey, 4670 test stand at Marshall. That's pretty cool. Cool to see that thing roaring to life. That's pretty neat. Earth, planets, Michael. Yeah, just stand there. We're gonna make the camera pan around you. Just look at the camera. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Just smile. It's good. Neat. Interesting. That's interesting that Blue is looking for putting out more for careers. They have gone on a massive hiring spree over the last couple of years, which is great, which means they're scaling for something, which is pretty cool. Neat. Okay, we got more news here from Rocket Lab. The latest meatball on the manifest at NASA has selected Electron to launch its Aspera Astrophysics science mission to study the formation of stars and galaxies, launching net Q1 2026. Neat. All right. Rocket Lab, a global leader in launch services and space systems, today announced it has been selected by NASA to launch its Aspera mission, an astrophysics science mission designed to study the formation and evolution of galaxies and provide new insights into how the universe works. I just want to know what Aspera is. Aspera is the Latin word for stars. Aspera is part of NASA's Pioneers program in the Astrophysics Division at NASA, which funds compelling astrophysics science research at a lower cost. The Aspera mission was awarded to Rocket Lab through NASA's Venture Class acquisition of dedicated and rideshare program, a 5-year contracting vehicle for placing NASA science and technology payloads on U.S. commercial launchers. Neat. Didn't Blue lay off like 1,000 employees right after their first launch? Something like that, Fluffy, yeah. Cool. So we got a couple more updates, a couple more different things bouncing around here. There's an update from Boom. What is this about? Boom did their XB1 testing and was one of the first all civilian engineered plane to actually break the sound barrier. Well, that's not technically true, but they went supersonic with their XB1 prototype, and now they're looking to scale up to their 4-engine passenger plane, supersonic plane prototype called Overture. Let's see. Let's make supersonic legal again. Today, Senator Ted Budd and Congressman Troy Nehls introduced legislation to do exactly that. It calls on the FAA to revise the regulation prohibiting supersonic flight over land. Once the ban is lifted, we can unleash the full power of American innovation and make flying at supersonic speeds the norm, not the expectation. You just crudely pasted your plane over a picture of the National Mall. You're not my bud, Ted. You're not my Ted, bud. The thing you saw is probably a probe system. Yep. Yeah. Yep. They're booping the side of the rocket engine. So going so fast, there isn't even a reflection. Yeah, I know, right? Crazy. Interesting. Well, Boom is definitely trying to change the regulations, which is very interesting to me that that's what they want to do. Because Boom had previously said in the past that their business model would be profitable even if that wasn't a thing. So we'll see what happens. You would eat a SAM if you did that particular maneuver. Yeah, and it would have happened probably before you ever got near the National Mall. Just saying. Yeah, something like that. I don't want to show that one. Here, let's go here. So iSpace is working on the Hakuto RM2 mission, which is actually out at the moon now, looking for a landing soon, but they have kind of a staff update similar to that Blue promo video. Let's see what this is about.
Working at iSpace is actually pretty amazing on a daily basis. I hear maybe 3 or 4 languages. It's a very international workplace, and I just wanted to work with a team of passionate crew members, and here I am. So I am a General Affairs Associate here at headquarters in Tokyo, Japan, and basically I'm in charge of everything from office planning to safety planning, and also corporate goods and internal events as well. So my career journey before iSpace is quite, I would say, unique. It's not a very normal career path, but basically I started working for a board of education in northern Japan before moving to Tokyo and doing everything from proofreading textbooks to teaching English. And then I spent more than 4 years working as an access control engineer before I found iSpace. I joined iSpace for a very simple reason. I've always been fascinated by space in general, and I've always genuinely thought that, you know, mankind's future lies outside of planet Earth, and that drove me to look for jobs in the space sector. And then I joined iSpace mainly because the vision, the goal they had was very ambitious. And you could just feel the passion in the air. You feel everyone working towards that one goal of landing on the moon. And that gives everyone a sense of purpose. So working here gives me a sense of purpose. That's how I would describe it. To the moon, I would probably want to bring my car. I think it'd be cool to cruise on the lunar surface, listening to some music with the windows down. Maybe not down, but it would be cool.
Oh, okay. iSpace is currently making, they're gonna have the Hakuto RM2 land very soon. I'm not sure why you'd put that kind of promo video out, but you know, hey, whatever. Thanks for that, social media person. Why did he get subtitles? Yeah, he got subtitles too. What the heck? Okay. Check this out, guys. We got an update from Chris B over at NSF. Let's see what's up. Starship Flight 9, Notice to Airmen, now has been released. Net May 21st, which could yet shift a bit. Cited. Yeah, see, this is exactly what I'm talking about, dudes. If I had planned to go down there, the original net for the damn thing was Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, and now it's not. Now it's 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Now it's this. And guess what? That overlaps the wedding almost exactly. I can't go down to this Starship launch because I am in a wedding, and it's sometime during that week. I'm not going to say exactly when. But yeah, this is exactly what why I'm like, nah. I told Das, I'm like, dude, that's probably not a good idea. And he's like, when's the wedding? And I'm like, it's on this day. And he's like, yeah, don't do that. He's like, okay, thanks for letting me know. Bye. You know? Just put yourself on a TV at the wedding and have someone push you around. Yeah, I don't think that that's a good idea. It's already the 22nd. Oh, we got an update. Nice. Yeah, so, hey, it might push past the wedding. Push past the wedding, and maybe. So, I prefer to watch the launch with you here. Well, that's exactly what you're going to get, man. So they're going to close off the beach during Memorial Day weekend? Highly unlikely. Yeah. Yep. If it delays until after the wedding, are you still staying home? I don't know, Pashto. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. I do have other plans too, but yeah, we'll see how that all pans out. Remember, chat, just say no to weddings. So one more thing, guys, if you don't mind, and I usually don't peddle this kind of stuff during space news, but my buddy Zach, CSI Starbase, is really close on his YouTube channel to 100,000 subscribers. Zach is an amazing content creator for spaceflight. If anybody would find the time to go over there and maybe get him up over 100K, he deserves it. That dude does work, man. He's a very, very, very good Starship commentator. Very objective, very, very into the numbers, into the like engineering weeds, so to speak. Great video, and he's a good dude, like good buddy of mine. So, yeah, if you guys, I'm not usually one to do this, but get him up over 100K if you could. You know, if you pass a milestone like that, YouTube will promote you further into the algorithm, and then you can grow from there, which would be pretty cool. Check something. Done and done. Boom. Subscribe. Thank you. Do it, man. Do it. Johnny Red. Need. Okay? Do it. Give me 1 second. I want to see something. Do you want to take that L on mobile pad B? Yeah, sure. Why not? Let's see, what's Zach at here? Yeah, they welded it down. 98,600 on the dot. That's an awfully round number. Anyway, keep that up. So, yeah, so we'll move to the Starship stuff here. They did weld down that OLM, guys. They welded it down. So, yeah, that's probably not going to move very often. But I even said, like, I even a little while back was like, yeah, it's probably not mobile. But I do think that SpaceX built Pad B in a way that if they needed to do a major modification to the pad, you could. You could take this thing apart a lot easier than the pedestal over there. That's my theory. But yeah, we're looking at some live shots here from Starbase Live from our buddies over at NSF. Booster 14 is sitting out there once again on pad A. A lot of debris has been cleared out of High Bay 1. Ding 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 ding. SpaceX interfered dismantling infrastructure. Nothing is sacred, dude. That was definitely a two-stroke. Bikes! It sounded like the MSC bike. Oh, God. It did, didn't it? So, yeah, they're still working out on the OLM, but they welded it down. So it's not, one engine was seen leaving the Mega Bay. Milge, you think they swapped out engines on Ship 35? After the static fire? Hey, Cody. What's going on, buddy? Crazy how small that dump truck looked. Yeah, the big freaking mining dump truck, yeah. 100%. Could it be for 36? It's possible. Interesting. Do you think it's possible another engine was damaged after static fire slightly? Could be a bunch of different things, dude. They could have... I mean, yeah, maybe. The engines looked okay. SpaceX had no problem posting the footage. So it may have been just something like, oh, out of an abundance of caution or whatever. You know, we'll find out. That didn't sound good. There is a road closure tonight. Yeah, well, we'll see what they move, right? They still didn't post the one static fire with the boom. Yeah, I don't think we're ever going to see that, Dave. But, you know. We did see the one from the other day. If they swap the engines, will they have to redo a static fire? Depends on really what's broken, Rarest. If a part... It depends on what failed, man. it really depends on what failed, if anything failed at all, you know? Is that Jack? Where? That is Jack! Give me 1 second. Hey, can you turn around and wave at highway, please? We'll see. See if he checks his phone. You should totally call him. No. No. It's funny if he checks his phone. Come on, Jack. Check your phone. Check your phone. Come on. Come on. Is he waving? Is he waving? Did he do it? I can't tell. It's hard to say. It looked like he turned around. Enhance! Enhance! Come on, check your phone, Jack. Check your phone. I know the pictures are good. Turn around, Mr. Yak! Mr. Yak! No! Come back! Don't walk off the screen! No! Cell signal's weak. Might be a minute for him to get the message. Yeah. I am sad now. And that's why I said to call him. Nah, we're not doing that. KMR, pen the camera! Guess Mr. Yak needs to wear kill. Yeah. That was definitely him. Yeah, that's definitely Jack. He's got the orange hat. He's got the orange hat too. Didn't even notice that. Good eye, Space Pope. You know what? I'm gonna back it up and send him a picture. Picture. Yeah, see, this will make this not as weird. This isn't weird, right? The other things that I sent to Jack were, you know, hey, turn around and wave at the camera. Unless that's not you in the orange coat by the OLM taking pictures, in which case this is really weird. And then I sent him a picture. Why are we stalking Yak? Because it's fun, man. Yeah, no, it's good, Space Pope. I got it. I got it under control. FAA newsroom statements. What's up, MX? What's on your mind? May 15th, statement on Flight 9 approval. The FAA approved license modifications for Starship Flight 9. The approval includes final action allowing SpaceX to increase Starship operations up to 25 flights per year. However, SpaceX may not launch until the FAA either closes the Flight 8 mishap investigation or makes a return to flight determination. The FAA is reviewing the mishap report SpaceX submitted on May 14th. The Yak Watchers Club. Yes, we are Texas Yak Watchers. For the Starship Flight 9 mission, the FAA is expanding the size of aircraft in maritime hazard areas in the U.S. and other countries. Gee, I wonder why. This is the result of the FAA requiring SpaceX to revise the flight safety analysis following the prior launch mishap because SpaceX intends to reuse a previously launched Super Heavy booster for the first time. Okay. That was the modifications for Starship there. We need to make sure Yak Rover doesn't go boom and snap the drive shaft. The drive shaft, most of the driveline components on his truck ain't failing, dude. I once overed all that, dude. It's the brake lines. I'm pretty sure he's got a bad brake line because there's brake fluid all over his axle. What is this, Hellfish? This is from Aviation Week. The U.S. military is currently testing sensors that can be used to track moving aerial targets from space. General Gregory Gulliot, or Gullio, commander of the U.S. Northern Command and NORAD, said on May 13th. Cool. And how old are those engines on that C-135, dude? Actually, I don't think that's a C-135. What's the name of the AWACS? Truck. Chevy. Gesundheit. Yeah. Yes, old. E2. E3. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's the E3. That's what it is. I just 707 is what pops in my head. Because that's basically what it is. And by basically, I mean that is what it is. It's just highly modified. Prototype sensor is already on orbit. E2 is the carrier version. That's right. Yeah. That's the... Yeah. I've seen those things. The Hawkeye is the name of it, right? Yep. Yeah. See, there's the Navy version, the little mini guy. Look at that thing. How many vertical stabilizers do you want? Yeah. Then before that, there was the C2. Fucking Greyhound, man. They still make these damn things? They must. Whoa. Dude. Yep. I know the B-52 Dagesson, right? Yeah. They still make. They've been making them since 1960. They've only built 313 over the last 65 years. They've built 300 planes. Why change something that isn't broken? That's fair. It's just crazy that they've been building them. I wonder where serial number 1 is, dude. Probably crashed or scrapped. Cal Fire in California still uses a Grumman S2. I knew about that, Dan. Yeah. Low rate, primarily replacement. Cool. Yeah, baby. That's pretty sweet, man. Check out the replacement. Replacement for the E3. They make them for France, too. Okay. So, U.S., Mexico, France, Egypt, Japan, Taiwan, Israel. That's it, I think. Interesting. Israel doesn't use them anymore. There's not many of those things, dude. That's the Midway. I've seen that plane. They don't need that many. Yeah. Huh. E3. Yak? The Yak 44. So what's supposed to replace this thing? What's the name of the thing that's supposed to replace that plane? Yeah, no, Aqualex, I get it. Yeah. Wedge tail? You guys just keep saying wedge. Is that what it's called? That's not... You're going to launch that off... That's just a 737. The cargo version is being replaced by Ospreys. The E2 is in service through the 2040s. The E7 replaces the E3, not the E2. Yeah, I was wondering about that. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Nice picture, Aqualex. I'm wondering if these are converted 747s or if Boeing makes these dang things. Silverado. Why isn't this? Which plane would you fly in? Skywarden, Mosquito, Super, Tweet, A1 Sky Raider, or the Thunder Screech? Mosquito. Not even close. Yeah, not in service yet. That's weird. Dude, look at that thing. It's got it's got winglets at the tail on the bottom there. And it's got something funky is going on back there by the APU. They're developed out of the 737, but count as a unique model. It's got butt canards. Yeah, your butt flaps, sir. We're waiting on your butt flaps, sir. Yeah, those are countermeasures. Yeah, for sure. That's a good call. They're butt canards. The funny thing is that the E3 is the same thing with 4 engines, believe it or not. But it's such an older model. The 737 it originally started as just a shorter 707 with 2 engines. Not a lot of people know that. Boeing wanted to make the 707 could fly a long way because it has 4 engines. Boeing wanted to make a shorter regional version of the 707, so they cut parts of the fuselage out, they shortened it, and they gave it 2 engines, and they called that the 737. It's literally the same design. That's why over time, the 737, as propulsion has gotten more powerful, has gradually, basically, extended itself back out. Like, if you look at a 738... It's the same size, but with a different wing. That's why Boeing has gotten away with making that, well, I say gotten away, that really isn't a thing anymore now, is it? That's why they got away with building the 737 like this for such a long time, because they knew they could extend the fuselage, and as long as the engines made more power, you can extend the fuselage as much as you want. That's right, outdoorsmen, they do. So it's just a modern 707. Yeah. Wait till I tell you that the 727 is the same thing. 727 is just a 707 with 3 engines in the back and a different wing design. I'm serious, dude. Look. It's the same fuselage shape, dude. Same thing. The 717 is better than the MD-88. Isn't that the same plane? Aren't 717s, yeah, they were MD-95s, and then Boeing and McDonnell Douglas merged. 727 was my first airliner ride. Such a cool airplane. Dude, it's got a staircase in the back. Not a lot of people know that the 727 has a retractable gantry in the back. Not the 717 though. 717 is just an MD-95. McDonnell Douglas is planning for the MD-95 final assembly to be undertaken in China as an offshoot of the trunkliner program, for which McDonnell Douglas had been negotiating to have up to 150 MD-90s built in China. They would. The MD-90 trunkliner deal was finalized in '92, but the contract was for a total of 40 aircraft, including 20 MD-80s, 20-90, license built in Shanghai. However, in '93, DC said it was considering sites outside China and was later seeking alternative locations. In '94, McDonnell Douglas sought global partners to share development costs. It also began a search for a low-cost final assembly. Hala Group in South Korea was selected to make the wings. The Linea of Italy, the entire fuselage. Aerospace Industrial Development Corp of Taiwan, the tail. Shin Meiwa of Japan, the horizontal stabilizer. And a manufacturing division of Korean Airlines, the nose and the cockpit. Where did they assemble this thing? They assembled it in Long Beach. Yeah, okay. Cool. Boeing continued with it. They thought they were going to cancel it. Yeah, there was no market. There's no market for the dang thing. I just want to see. I'm just going on a little. Hey, MJK, what's up? Boeing began implementing a moving assembly line production for the 7. That thing wasn't made on. Oh, jeez. Following the slump in airline traffic caused by this 9/11, Boeing announced a review of the type's future. After much deliberation, it was decided to continue with production despite lack of orders. Boeing had confidence in the 717's fundamental sustainability to the 100-seat market and in the long-term sized market. After 19 worldwide 717 sales in 2000 and just 6 in 2001, Boeing took 32 orders for the 717 in 2002. The 100th 717 was delivered to AirTran on June 18, 2002. The 156th and final 717 rolled off the assembly line in April 2006 for AirTran Airways, which was the 717's launch customer as well as its final customer. Final 717 was delivered to customers Midwest Airlines and AirTran on May 23, 2006. The 717 was the last commercial airplane produced at Boeing's Long Beach facility in Southern California. Yep. You love McDonnell Douglas, but oof, the merger ruined Boeing. Yeah. So, let's see. I want to look at Long Beach Airport. We're going on a little bit of a plane here. Yep, that's what I thought. Let's go back over here. Hang on, let me back it up a little bit. Yeah. Well, that's the factory. And there's one on the ramp right there. Yep, there they are. Oh, MD-11s, look at that. Yeah, in the late 2000s, they demolished it. They demolished the factory. Some of it's still there. Yeah, I believe that's the building that says Fly Douglas Jets on it or something. It's around here somewhere, but yeah, that's fear not though. That's where it is. Fear not though, fellas. They these buildings, you know, they demolished the assembly lines for the 717, but I'll tell you what, if we go down into Street View here, look at these buildings, there's some names you might recognize. Well, ignore that one, but you get the idea. Rocket Lab. There's a pretty big facility there. That sucks though, man. That was all McDonnell Douglas, and when they merged, they just scrapped it. They kept the C-17 production line though, but the C-17 production line is owned by somebody else now. Just an idea on Twitter to solve Pogo. What if you make the LOX tank inside the methane tank, both having to contact the engines without needing any long flimsy tubes? That would increase manufacturing costs, Erudite? Like, and how does that solve boil-off problems, dude? Have you ever seen the 717 stall test? Yeah, I do believe I have. Yeah, I've seen that. Which modern plane is the best, most reliable? People are going to hate me for saying this, but I still think the 737 is a damn well-made, well-built aircraft. Sorry, guys. A320s are good, too. I just like 737s. Have you watched the CSI Starbase vid yet? Nope. Have you watched the CSI Starbase vid yet? Which is statistically safer? The A320, I think, at this point is statistically safer than the 737, but not by much. The 737, however, has been flying way longer than the A320. Way longer. So take that for what it's worth. I just don't like yokes. I like a yoke on an airplane. That's just personally. I'm not a pilot, but the whole HOTUS for an airliner doesn't make sense in my mind. Damn right I watched the video. Nice. Have you read Michael Collins' book? It's really good. Yeah, a long time ago, Bob. Mm-hmm. Your fiance works on those engines for Pratt & Whitney. Cool. You're missing out. I'm going to keep poking you. Bro, when the hell am I going to watch it? When the hell am I going to watch it? Literally since our last conversation, all I've done is streamed and sleep. That's it. Homework. It's always bad at that. All right, guys. Well, that was a fun little plane kind of tangent, I suppose. At the very end of the space news. Good stuff. That's going to do it for space news, though. Eat, stream, eat, and sleep. That's all I do during the week. What's the plan for tonight? I think it might be time to play some Red Dead. I think. Lenny! Yeah, 90-minute video stuff to fit in, yeah. Or I could go, if you give me some time now, like, we could play Red Dead later, and I could go watch the video, like... No, it's time to play more car. You really like that thing, don't you? I mean, I'm not. I need the metal brake, RJ. I'll get it over the weekend, dude. Varda has a re-entry vid from their capsule. Hold on. Breaking news. Yep, just as we thought, Erudite. It's ballistically stabilized. No homework during school hours. Yeah, it's getting a little warm. Yeah, it's getting a little warm. Starting to see a little bit of ablation on the heat shield there. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. Jeez, what a video. Look at that, man. Whoa! Dude! Maybe it does have thrusters. Or they're spin stabilizing it. Toasty! Yeah, it's spin stabilized. Whoa, that's Australia, mate. Oh, that's sick, dude. This is the re-entry module that came down in Australia. Hey, Heavy Metal, we could see you for a second there. Like, I think that's what I saw. All right, hold on. Final exam. Let's pick out that landmass. I'm gonna do it. 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 Yeah. So it would have been coming in this way. That's Tasmania. No, we're not. It's not. Just off the coast from the Vanerd. Beck, you got something? Geolocating faster than me, huh? Alright, let's see. I was going in that direction, man. How'd you guys get that so freaking quick, dude? Damn. Yep. Yep, that's a match. The Isles of St. Peter. How the heck did you do that? I'm pretty good at this, man. ChatGPT is OP at guessing GeoGuessr. Professional cartographer. Oh, nice, Vec. I'm only a cartographer hobbyist. All right, I'm genuinely curious. We are out in the dead middle of absolute nothing in southern Australia. Let's see. I want to see what does this place look like? I just want to see, like, do they have street view here? And if so, what does that look like? Just out of curiosity. Let's go right here. Oh. Seems like a nice place. Kind of reminds me of Arizona. It looks hot. Yes. You can tell it's hot because there's no grass. There's just dirt where the grass should be. Let's go a little bit further into the quote-unquote city. Here. What do we got here? Oh, trains. I like trains. Interesting. Is there a dock? Like, what does this place look like? Damn, dude. Nice yeet, mate. Oh, nice ute. Look at that thing. That thing's great. Oh, sweet. Freaking some sick Hilux action right there. Was that Jack? Huh? Did he ever get back to me? He never got back to me. You've walked on that pier, Heavy Metal? Nice, dude. So, how remote are we talking here? This place is this like you are out in the middle of nothing? Like this place is the only thing here and that's it? That's the outback. So yeah, okay. There's nothing out there. Got it. Dude, there really is. There's nothing out here. This is near Woomera, isn't it? Yep. Okay. It's so weird just seeing a bunch of residential houses just out in the middle of nothing. Yep. Yep. This looks like Southern California. That's really weird. Uncanny Valley. Dude, how do you get out there? Do you fly like regional? Or you take a boat? Just out of just sheer curiosity, because the thing came down over here somewhere. What's Woomera? Space Center. Ride a kangaroo? I don't know about that. It really does look like the Mojave. Yeah, definitely got a Mojave vibe. Oh. Aren't there roads? Well, yeah, dude, but regional planes are really small, 15 to 20 people. Check out the airport. Yeah, okay. You got one runway and 1, 2, 3, couple sites for the ramp, and that's about it. Where we're going, we don't need roads. Yeah, this is the middle of nothing. And is that a track? I don't know if that's a racetrack. I don't think that's a racetrack. I think that's a truck stop. What's this over here? I'm just peeking around Australia, whatever. It looks like that was a track, but it hasn't been for a little while. Just a lot of farms, dude. Sorry, I got here late, saw the trees and houses and figured Oz. Cricket? That's a cricket field? It is a cricket field. Yep. Yeah, you guys like that, don't you? But we like baseball, so whatever. All good. Ooh, dirt biking? Sweet. I don't like any sport. There's 2 more cricket fields there. Got some basketball, tennis. Foursquare? Foursquare. Huh. Imagine living like right here. Literally at the edge of nothing. Australia is just America, but Jumanji in Infinite Arizona. Do they know? I think they would disagree. That's a beautiful freaking view, dude. Can you imagine waking up, looking out your window and seeing that every day? Pretty cool, man. It's a nice house. He's got grass, dude. Seaview Road. They weren't wrong. Is that called Denial Bay? The heck? Get off my grass, mate. I deny that there's a bay there. Yeah, I saw nothing. Streaky Bay? Streaky Bay. Is there a 9-hole golf course in the middle of this town? I've never actually like looked at this part of the world too much. Closest city would be Adelaide. Adelaide's over here. Where's the racetrack? It's somewhere in there. Hmm. Got any good stuff? Got a couple 777s there. Or no, 787s. Nice. Most of them are dead ex-mining towns. Yeah. Dude, there's really nothing out there, huh? Huh. This looks like Mars, man. All right. Cool. That's pretty neat. We went down under for a little while, mate. Who decided to live there? That's like deciding to live in Arizona. Hey, Arizona's pretty nice, man. Flagstaff is beautiful. Flagstaff doesn't look like the desert, though. I'd work remote from there. Just give me reliable, good, no data capped internet, no volunteer. Yeah, right? It's nice as long as the air conditioning works. Yep. Mine country. Yep. I think even Mars is closer to civilization. Yeah, so that's what Arizona looks like, to be honest with you. Like, we can go to Tucson. Check it out. You want a nice part of it, Australia, try southeast Queensland. So that's the Sunshine Coast, would it not be? Looks hotter than balls. This is the part in the US where it gets the warmest pop by a long shot. We're talking like routinely over 50°C. Nice. Gilmore is up here. Somewhere. Their launch site's somewhere up here. When you think about that, places like this are like Mars, but for the imported breathable atmosphere. Yeah. You intend to retire in Bundaberg. Oh. I zoomed in on it. For sale house, dude. Just saying. This looks like Florida. Yeah, this looks like Florida. This very much looks like Florida. It's called Bowen Spaceport. Yeah, that's right. Psycho. Yeah, so they're a good ways away. Cool. Oh, that's a fun little geography lesson and plane tangent. Hey Starship, what's going on, buddy? So fellas, I was gonna do RDR, but I kind of want to go watch that Zach video. Especially before Flame Trench, just in case we need to bring it up. I still haven't watched it. So, I think I'm going to stop for now. We just belted out 8.5 hours. Pretty good. Yeah. I think you should watch a video so you could talk about it. It's excellent. Sure. He has funny jokes in it. I know Zach. Zach's a good dude. So, that's going to do it for Space News, guys. I'm not going to do after hours tonight. And I will talk to you guys all tomorrow. Tomorrow, well, we need the metal brake and stuff for the car, so I'm probably going to play Workers or something tomorrow. Imagine living there alone, pulling and calling furs. It's just nice. Rip Lenny stuck in jail all week. What are you going to do? All right, so yeah, the next auto stream will probably be next week sometime. So thank you very much for watching. I'll talk to you guys all, let me think. Yeah, tomorrow at noontime. Have a good night, everybody. I'll see you later, and thank you.